it all offline, but it would be great if you write several words about you in the chat box. But again, before starting, it's very important to make several technical things or take several technical steps, which will make your life easier. So maybe we can have a look at the presentation on the screen. Thank you so much. So right now I'm going to check whether you're using the chat box. That's great. And we are going to start in several minutes then.
Дякую.
Thank you for that. So please write us in the chat function whether you can hear us well and see us well. We are going to start in 3 minutes.
Дякую дуже. Не переключаються слайди. Дякую. Можете переключити на наступний слайд, будь ласка.
You can switch to the next slide, please. Yes, we are going to start in 3 minutes, but to those who is already listening to us, I'd like to mention a few things. Our conference is going to take place in Ukrainian, which is why, well, for everybody who wants to hear the English stream, we have got simultaneous interpretation into English. And also we are going to have some speakers who are going to present in English. So for you to feel comfortable, you can select one of the languages to participate in the conference. For that purpose, at the bottom toolbar, you can see, oh yes, the presentation is here. Sorry for these technical problems. Just 1 minute technical delay. That's very common at such hybrid online-offline events, which is why I'm going to be very glad if everything works just fine. Yeah, so please be patient. Stay with us. Okay, to select the language you would like to hear, at the bottom of the screen, use this globe icon to select either Ukrainian or English. Do it right now. And when we have international speakers, you will be enjoying Ukrainian stream. Next slide, please. And these are some organizational rules. In what way do we work? So, in the first place, I would like to ask you to stay muted and don't unmute yourself unless you are speaking, not to interfere into the discussion. And our technical moderators are going to mute your mics if you incidentally switch them on. It's very important for us to have a high quality discussion. All the communication is going to take place in the chat function. So actually use the chat box to ask any questions. Don't forget mentioning your organization and the city and whom you're addressing your question, for your question to be more clear and for the context of the question to be more clear. And the last but not least, once again, be patient if we have some technical problems. And whenever you have some technical issues, you don't hear, you don't see any other problems, write in the chat, and it will be our pleasure to help you for your participation in the conference to be as comfortable as possible. The next slide, please. And I'd like to mention that all the sessions will be on air on the official pages of Facebook and YouTube of Women's Energy Club of Ukraine, WECU. So right now we are going to launch the translation, and it will be great if you are here with us within the whole conference and ask your questions actively, but also you can have a look at the conference later on, or you can actually share this link to our conference with your friends, which would be great. And the next slide, please. So I would like to officially launch the second annual conference, Energy Has No Gender, Battle Every Day. We are starting. So we have this hybrid format today, partially with sticking to all the rules. So we are here offline at one of the Kyiv hotels, and it's important for us to stay in touch and once again to be to have some live talks and discussions here. So some of the speakers are going to be present here. Some other speakers are going to talk online. And I would like to express my gratitude to all the organizers who made this conference possible, even in the types of pandemic. So in the first place, the organizers would be the representatives of Women's Energy Club of Ukraine, WECU, and they've organized this conference with the support of the Heinrich Böll Stiftung, Embassy of Canada in Ukraine, Pledge Project, as well as Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and GIZ, D-Tech Company, Baker Tilly, CMS, Navarro Olsvach, Scottish Solar, and TIU Canada, as well as ACC, meaning American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. Next slide, please. So what is important for us today? What is going to take place? Today we work up to 4:30, and now we are going to give the floor for the greeting words from the organizers and our partners. But today we are going to have three very interesting sessions and discussions about women as crisis managers in our energy sector, in women-friendly professions in the industry of green recovery, as well as new education for new generation. And don't skip or miss the ceremony, award ceremony of Women of Ukrainian Energy contest and closing remarks. So please stay with us all the day. And then I would like to give the floor, please, next slide here. Yes. So now I'm giving the mic, or the floor for the greeting words to our moderator, Tatiana Prokopchuk, Vice President of American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. The floor is yours. Oh, I envy. A lot of people envy you that you're actually physically here. Hello, everyone. This is my greatest pleasure to greet all the participants of the second annual conference, Energy Has No Gender, Battle Every Day. And using this opportunity, I would like to congratulate you with Women's Entrepreneurship Day. I wish all of you success, believe in your forces, and of course, conquering new heights. So this conference has brought up together national, international speakers and will allow us discussing the importance of women's roles and involvement of women to decision-making and managing of companies, achieving equal rights and new opportunities of development of energy sector. And in the first place, I would like to express my gratitude to organizers, meaning WECU colleagues. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us together, bringing us all together here to discuss all these important issues and highlight the perspectives and get inspired to conquer new heights, because 2020 is quite a complicated and unprecedented year. But at the very same time, in the course of crisis, in the course of storm, real leaders are born. Together with the new challenges and with the new risks, we see new opportunities for the development, for economic growth, as well as for more just and sustainable global agenda. And as a representative of American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine, this is my greatest pleasure to join today's conference, because our companies are very active in the field of energy, and we have two committees on energy and renewable energy, as well as women's leadership. We have the Women's Leadership Development Initiative, an active platform, and for 2 years in a row, namely a woman, Olena Kosharna, is the chair of this organization. She's representing Horizon Capital, and starting this year, 11 women are taking part in the elections of the members to the American Chamber of Commerce. And by the way, Valentina is among them. This is the greatest record. We are proud of this, and this is the greatest pleasure today to moderate the greeting discussion, in the course of which, together with you, with our esteemed speakers, we are going to discuss and define the time of crisis. Is it the time of opportunities or the risks? And this is my greatest pleasure to introduce our speakers and give them the floor. So these are people who are actually turning the challenges into opportunities, who are improving the social, the economic spheres, crisis at the national and international level. Valentina Bilyakova, president of the Women's Energy Club of Ukraine, country director of the TIU Canada in Ukraine. Valentina, greetings to you. Good morning once again. Larissa Galadza, Her Excellency Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine. She is with us today. So, Miss Ambassador, good morning. Kristen Panarelli, head of Electricity Industry World Economic Forum. She is also here with us online. Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning.
And we are going to be joined by Katerina Levchenko, Governmental Commissioner for Gender Policy. Dear colleagues, I'm really grateful for your joining us today and for this opportunity to discuss all the important issues and cover all the directions, areas we are going to work on. Valentina, so the first question goes to you. With the crisis of COVID-19, we see an acute need to rethink all the risks in all the areas of our professional and personal life. So that's actually the test which verifies our ability to learn, to get adapted in these uncertainty times. And it urges us to reconsider the basis even of this modern world, starting with making investments, with our relations with nature. So you, as the head of the company, if you have a look at business, what rethinking processes are taking place? What lessons are learned by you and what has changed in the energy sector? Thank you so much, Tatjana, for this question. Thank you, everyone who has joined our conference today. Right you are. COVID-19 crisis, well, made us think about the basic things and actually made us face our major instincts like fear of tomorrow. We have to still earn money and buy food. We have to take care of the closest ones. And COVID is actually a test to our managerial quality and managerial skills, not just to me, but to all the business owners. And when we live in these times of uncertainties, we don't know what will happen tomorrow. Actually, these managerial skills are becoming of paramount importance. And in the area of renewable energy, actually, it's very important to have a look at those projects which are under implementation right now. So it became difficult to finalize something, and sometimes it's very difficult actually to stick to all the liabilities. But in all the other situations, I see just bonuses and pros, because we work online and we manage to do a lot. We save a lot of time. We are not there in this traffic because sometimes we have to travel from one meeting to the other, and it takes up a lot of our time, especially with the traffic in Kyiv. So now we have much more time to perform some business functions. And even today, we are combining online and offline. And actually, it is all possible today. We all know that women are a certain buffer in certain situations. But once again, we face more challenges. And we need to think in what way a woman shall overcome all these challenges and in what way to perform all the important things. Take care of their families, take care of health of her employees and co-workers. That's adaptation to the new conditions of work because all the processes are getting digitalized. This is setting proper communication with colleagues, with governmental bodies in these new conditions. And I'd like to underline that every woman has always been responsible for all the household chores, which is why we have to combine it all the household chores, and especially if you have children. I have two children, and they are going to school online now. It's very difficult to combine all these functions. This was a great challenge, but regardless of this elevated level of stress, this is like immunization to women. And actually, this immunization helps overcoming all the obstacles. And every woman became, so to say, a project manager who is managing to deal with plenty of projects at the very same time. Thank you so much, Miss Valentina. Actually, right you are. This format allowed us working with more and more participants of the conference. That's great. Now we are in the computers at every corner of Ukraine with this very conference. That's great. And really, we have to go forward with a professional and personal life. And now I would like to address Her Excellency, Miss Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine, Miss Larissa Galadza. You have huge experience in international relations, in politics, in defense sector, and actually based on all your experience, all this geography, all these professional portfolios of yours, having a look at the global context, do you see more opportunities for women, and in what way we can speed up creation of these opportunities, and what international Canadian experience can be considered and is worth to be implemented here in Ukraine?
Дуже дякую за питання.
Thank you so much for
І
your
дуже рада
question.
нині з вами
And
бути.
this is my greatest pleasure to
Я
be with you
так
here.
люблю по-українськи,
Today,
по-англійськи,
I'm going to use
повім
both
вам.
Ukrainian and
Хочу
English.
тепер
Sorry
сказати, дуже
for
рада,
that. So
що з
I'm
кількох сторін
very
Канада є
glad
сполучена з вашим,
that
з вашою
Canada
конференцією нині. І
is
дуже рада, що ми могли
represented at
підтримувати,
this
брати
conference
участь
by
із Канади
many
також.
women. That's
Дуже,
great
дуже
that
дякую за
we are
запрошення
present
і
there,
всім
though, in
організаторам
Canada. And thank you,
дякую.
all the organizers.
Thank you for the question that's related to my experience. Are there more opportunities for women today? Absolutely, absolutely. I look across the many spheres where we have more women engaged in politics. We have more women engaged in law enforcement. We have more women engaged in United Nations peacekeeping. We see the numbers rising, and we know there are more women engaged because we've started to count. And we're tracking it. And so, yes, I firmly believe that there are more opportunities for women today. I also think, for two reasons. First, because we're making efforts. We're making efforts to count. We're making efforts to find the barriers. We're making efforts as organizations to live out our values and to deliberately do that, to deliberately find barriers and remove them. That's one reason. The second reason there are more opportunities for women is because women are taking their place. Increasingly, women are understanding that they aren't going to be given a place. The place is theirs to take. And so I think that news is spreading through 50% of the population. For those who haven't realized it, the place is there, take it. And women really are, I think there's more empowerment happening. Can we do more? Absolutely, and always. And I think that there are, I think on an institutional level and on a personal level, I would share some observations. On an institutional level, we need to do a better job of understanding the hidden barriers to women, the hidden biases, the unconscious biases. The world has for so long been created by one type of person that the biases and the barriers are deeply, deeply baked into the system and into the structures. And all of us need to understand how to see them. Even we women don't see the barriers that exist sometimes. And so the efforts that are being made in academic institutions and business schools, in the government of Canada, to help people understand where those hidden biases are really, really important. And if you haven't done that yet in your organization, I tell you, start. It is huge possibility there. It is untapped potential. Your eyes will be even more opened to how to create those opportunities for women to achieve full equality. The second thing that I would say as individuals is we need to find our champions. We need to find the people who are going to support us in doing that thing that we know we can do, but maybe we're just a bit shy about. And those champions can be older women. Those champions might be your kids, your teenage kids, your 22-year-old. Those champions might be the men in your organization. When I was a young woman in a very male-dominated environment of defense and security, it was in fact men who supported me, who, when I needed to go on a conference, but I was still breastfeeding my child, said, what if we send your caregiver and your child with you so that you can breastfeed your child and be at the conference? It was a man who came up with that. He became my my champion. And I think finally, the other thing that we need to do as individuals is to support women, especially in this environment. The previous speaker spoke, Valentina spoke about we're becoming managers in our households. We've got I don't have kids running around. You've got dinner cooking on the stove. You've got someone sick in the other room. We need to be tolerant of the child walking in the background. We need to be tolerant that someone might need to turn their camera off and go attend to a child who's getting into trouble in the corner. We need to say that's okay. And I've told my own staff that I like seeing their children. I have liked this opportunity to see my employees in their context, with their families, doing the thing that makes them a whole person. So, that's the advice that I would give.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. Дуже дякуємо вам, дуже дякуємо вам.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Ambassador to Canada of Ukraine, and thank you for all these words. Knowledge, championship, support. That's very important to support each other. Thank you for these words. And to proceed, I would like to keep on with the international experience. Kristen, you are responsible for the electricity area of the World Economic Forum, and the key goal would be the cooperation of the public sector and the private sector, for it to take place in such a way for the efficient policies to be there to transform it all from the inside. And you know what is needed for the expansion of this energy program. I would like to ask you once again, in this complicated, unprecedented time, what kind of projects do you have in your agenda among the key tasks, and in what way we can empower women at the global energy arena, and actually in what way their decision-making or their participation in decision-making can help us in implementation of all these powerful projects?
Thank you, and thank you for this invitation to the Women's Energy Club and DTEC, and for this opportunity to exchange with all of you. This pandemic has brought on a recession, but it's also really impacted our personal sense of health and well-being. And in the world of energy, we don't often talk about that health and well-being piece. But beyond this current crisis, the really big challenge is still there, the global energy transition and the need for action and policy and business models to accelerate the world towards a net zero carbon future. Thus, since March, since when the pandemic began, along with my colleagues on the energy team at the forum, the support of Accenture, and the stakeholders that are partners with the World Economic Forum, I've been working with a range of stakeholders, from electricity and gas utilities to energy infrastructure and energy technology companies, to think through how to tackle this range of challenges, and especially to accelerate economic recovery and the clean energy transition. The end result has been the creation of a new framework and recovery solutions, and we call it the system value framework. And the reason this is really useful in today's context is that there's a need to shift the political and commercial focus from thinking about solutions and taking decisions based solely on cost or the levelized cost of energy. There is a much broader set of considerations or outcomes that can also be measured both qualitatively and quantitatively, such as the impact on emissions, on job creation, and on human health. So just to illustrate it a little bit, in Europe, by transforming grids and networks and power markets to support increased renewable energy, say to get to 55–60% share of wind and solar by 2030, not only would we be reducing carbon emissions, but it would result in 43 billion euros, of human health benefits. And you can measure the same for investments in energy efficiency and demand response. So if you're looking at putting in more distributed energy resources, this is just a Europe example, such as behind the meter batteries and smart technologies to optimize demand. Not only are you having a big impact on reducing emissions, but you would be creating roughly 500,000 jobs and improving air quality and human health to the tune of about 20 billion. So my message is that during these unprecedented times, we have the opportunity to really shift how we think about making decisions. And we can reframe and we can make choices based on a much more holistic set of criteria and really consider the overall value to the system, thus the value to the economy in terms of jobs, the value to the environment and to human health and to society, to real people. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Дійсно, під час таких
Right, you are. So, in the course of this crisis, we have to rethink our decision-making processes. Sorry, the studio is muted now. Sorry, the studio is muted.
Вимкнений мікрофон в чаті, я бачу.
Hear you.
Окей.
чути?
Повторимо, будь ласка, питання.
Так, головне питання ключове було.
So the key question was, once again, with your account of these complicated times, all the responsibilities on the shoulders of leaders. So what leadership means to all of you in the times of crisis, and what key lessons have you learned? Oh, thank you. That's a very interesting question. So, right, yeah, because of the crisis, we all went out of the comfort zone we've stayed before in our everyday life. And to survive in these uncertain conditions, oh, well, it takes an unbiased manager to survive, you know. Those who can take the decisions, make the decisions, adapt quickly, adapt to the changes, and those who are not building the long-term plans, even if they want to, of course. And the key thing in all this would be the goal everybody is pursuing, the goal we are setting. We set it and we try to reach it. And whenever we are setting a goal, we have to have a plan A, plan B, and plan C. And maybe plan D, right? Because it's pandemics. So this is a challenge and it's there. So I think that thanks to the ability to quickly make decisions, we can adapt to this new reality, we can overcome the crisis, and we will actually overcome all the needs. Well, very optimistic words. Thank you for that. I wish you, of course, to implement everything you are willing to implement. So, Your Excellency, Miss Ambassador, what are the key lessons for you and what leadership means for you in this crisis?
I think that a crisis just highlights, provides more opportunity to see where leadership exists in your organization, and it also it motivates us to leadership. And so the first thing that I would say is that that leadership can happen at any level. It doesn't have to be from the top down. And as leaders, which I think all of the participants in this conference are, I think our job as leaders is to see where other leaders are down in our organizations, to recognize that and to give them space. We need all the help we can get, including in leading the organization forward. And the people who are down in an organization, who they are leaders if they understand the bigger picture than themselves, and if they show initiative to do something positive. And that positive thing could be organizing a social event, because we need to connect as human beings. It could be sharing knowledge and saying, I'm going to make sure that once a week I put out new information that's out there. Who are these leaders? Where are they? And how do we say, good on you, you've got leadership in you? The second thing that leadership is about communicating clearly, regularly, confidently, and most importantly, honestly. Communicating about what you know and about what you don't know. And I think that when you do that, you show that you care. You show that you care about the whole well-being of your organization. Its bottom line, its organization, its business, and also, most importantly, its people.
Дуже дякую вам, і точно, безумовно.
Thank you so much. And right you are. I support your message about communication. We shall try to communicate as frequently as possible, as clearly as possible. And I strongly believe that, namely, this event will help participants to launch, to discover some new opportunities and get concentrated on new horizons and actually have more and more goals.
Які ваші уроки лідерства під час кризи? З нами Крістен? Так, зараз секунду. Крістен, спробуйте включити звук. Прекрасно.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. It wasn't translating into English. Now it is. Great. So yeah, I loved what Larissa said about leadership can happen at any level in an organization. And I totally agree with that. And that is what I've seen over the past few months during this period of crisis is not only leadership happening at various different levels, but also I've seen new collaborations that are really centered around purpose. And I've seen that within my own team and with my colleagues, but I've also seen it with the public and private stakeholders with whom we work. I work with leaders from both government and from business. And it's been really amazing seeing how people can come together to think through the solutions to these big challenges that we're facing.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Дійсно, дуже важливо, і якраз те, що якраз
It is very important that people during the crisis can consolidate around the goals, objectives, and identify the key objectives to implement the goals, which will help us to reach the sustainable development. And we have to understand that crisis is a challenge, but an opportunity for growth. And we not always have understood that. And we are talking about the future, about the economic development and also engagement of women to decision-making. So Valentina, what opportunities you can see in terms of transformation of our state in the future, the state of Ukraine? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ukraine has a lot of opportunities, and it's not only about the gender balance, but many other issues. And if we are talking about the energy sector, we can talk here about the implementation of new technologies, the system of accumulation, joining the international agreements. And there are lots of various sectors where there are a lot of challenges which we have to resolve. Unfortunately, during the pandemic period, the business did not have sufficient time to adapt itself to use these new opportunities. And maybe this has become a difficult situation for a lot of businesses because they lost the clients, but this led to decrease of the revenues to the budget. But I think that the work of the private business together with the government authorities, engaging the associations like, for example, American Chamber of Commerce, will help Ukraine to regenerate the economy and attract new investors, because there are lots of opportunities in Ukraine, and especially there are lots of opportunities in Ukraine for women who also can participate in the competitions to fill the position in the boards and the way I did it. And I would like to encourage other women to do the same. And I would like also to encourage women to become the leaders in changes, the change agents, and to become the engines which will help to overcome these difficulties, providing their experience, providing their advice, and share those with other women and motivate them. And thanks to the fact that women are going to take decisions at the same level as the men do, these decisions will be balanced and they will have a very positive impact on the economy. And this is what a lot of studies tell us. And I think that only gender balanced decisions will help to improve very significantly the economy of Ukraine. Thank you very much. And it is very important to cooperate, to work together, and to understand whom we have to work together and move forward, and not to be apprehensive to implement your audacious plans. And it will be much easier and quicker to implement very good decisions and implement important initiatives which will help the country to regenerate its economy. And Madam Ambassador, I would like also to put this question to you. What opportunities you can see in the context of transformation for the future of Ukraine? I think that Ms. Tatiana said absolutely all the important things about it. And the most important thing is not to be afraid, not to be apprehensive.
Use this excuse. Everyone's doing everything differently. Everything is different. So do something different. Do something bold. And try it. And if it doesn't work, you have a good excuse. But maybe it will work. And it's not just, and it could be in your, this could be in your private life, something different. It could be in your professional life. It could be in your life as a community activist. Try something different. Let's recognize, though, that that we need to maintain our resilience as well, and maintain our strength, and be kind to ourselves. I think the biggest risk here is not seizing the opportunity to do something. And Valentina, you mentioned in the opening that one of the opportunities the pandemic and the quarantine context has presented is the ability to very quickly connect with groups of like-minded people and to learn from each other. And so so maybe that's one of the big opportunities as well, is to take this time to meet quickly and effectively with communities of practice, with communities of champions and supporters, with other experienced people, exactly as you're doing today, and to find the one or two things that you're going to take away and turn around and do in your work and in your life.
Дуже дякую за таку натхненну пораду.
Thank you very much for this inspirational speech. And it's very important to be bold, not to be apprehensive in all the spheres of one's life, in the communities where we live, in our personal lives, in our business life. And I have a question to all our participants now. And I would like to quote Martin Luther King the Jr. And it's not important where the person is during the comfort period, but where this person stands during the periods of disputes. And how can we really try to change the world in the better and the difficult times? Kristen.
In these unprecedented times, how to move forward?
Can you hear me? Hello?
I can
Okay,
hear you.
perfect. Well, I think that we have to view things as, like, when I'm speaking about the energy transition in particular, it's a really exciting opportunity that we have here. And I think that we have to see the energy transition as, there's certainly an investment opportunity, but it's much broader than that. It's an investment not only in the energy transition, it is an investment in human health. It is an investment in creating jobs. It is an investment in better air quality and better water quality. It's an investment in the environment and directly in people. So I think we have to really, think through, how can we embrace this opportunity? It's exciting, and it has holistic outcomes that have a real impact on people.
Дуже дякую. Валентино, яка ваша порада буде?
Thank you very much. And Valentina, what would be your advice? Well, when we are looking, when we are what we have heard, the quote from Martin Luther King, I would like to add the following. At my workplace, I had a very stressful situation. There were lots of issues, crisis issues, which I had to address. And I was talking to one of the women, and she told me the following thing. That you are getting your wage not when everything is good in your business and you can resolve all these issues, but you are getting your salary to resolve the crisis situations. And this is true. And we as leaders and managers have to do it. But I would like to give an advice to men and women, and that's the following advice: to take decisions quickly, to think them through, not to afraid to change oneself and the business, and to inspire other people with your own example. That's a great recipe. Thank you very much. Katerina Levchenko has joined us. Ms. Katerina, I just wanted to ask the question, to put the question to you. At the beginning of the discussion, we were talking about the opportunities, the challenges, how we can actually use the challenges to implement our opportunities. And the Madam Ambassador said how important it has to have champions in various areas, and especially the champions who are leading people ahead. To overcome the gender stereotypes at all the levels is very important, and also implementing absolutely all the opportunities. Quite recently, a report has been published, and that was the report of the needs of the women in the COVID situation, and that was a report on this survey which was carried out by the UN, United Nations. And when we are talking about the opportunities, who can be the champions in these areas to implement these opportunities and to increase those opportunities?
Дякую за запитання. Я
Thank
сьогодні
you for
працюю
the
вдома,
question.
тому я у вас
Today I'm
на
working
заході
from
не
home,
одна. Ви бачите,
and
що
I am
зі
not
мною ще є
by myself
учасниця.
at this event. I have another,
знаєте,
well, there is another participant
криза,
in your
яка
event
є,
here together
вона
with me,
дійсно
participating
змінила
with
наше
me.
життя.
The crisis
І
has
ми
changed our
маємо
life
мати в собі
drastically,
сили
and we have
визнати
to be
те, що
strong
ми вже
enough to
ніколи не
acknowledge that we
повернемося
are
до
not
тих
going to
структур, до тих
be able to
стандартів,
go back to
моделі,
those
які у нас були
standards,
до
models,
кризи.
the
Навіть після
structures which we
закінчення
had
COVID
prior
світ
to
вже не
the
буде
crisis.
таким, як
Even
він
if this
був на
crisis
початку 2020 року. І от
finishes,
коли ти
the world is not going to be the
певні
same
речі,
it was
тоді
in the beginning of
простіше
2020.
рухатися
When we
далі,
understand all those
простіше
things,
цими
it
речами
is easier to
справлятися.
move
Тобто,
forward,
це та об'єктивна
and
реальність,
it is easier to
яку ми з
cope
вами
with
не
those
зможемо
challenges. And
змінити,
this is the
тому нам
objective
потрібно під
reality
неї
which we won't
підлаштовуватися.
be able to change.
Дослідження,
And we
які
have to
проводились в
actually
різних
adapt to
сферах,
it.
вони дійсно
Various studies have been carried out in various areas, and they demonstrated that there were lots of negative consequences of the lockdowns and the limitations which have been introduced to overcome the pandemic. And these impacts, negative impacts, actually affected women more than men. Men are also affected, but women were affected much more because the work, domestic work, which is not being paid for, mostly is done by women. Women are have a bigger load in terms of carrying out the chores in their domestic life. And on the other hand, the official work, which gives us an opportunity to self-actualize ourselves and get paid for this work, provides a few opportunities for women than men. And that's why the domestic violence, the difficult economic situation, the difficult mental health problems are affecting women much more than men. And we have a lot of data from the surveys which have been carried out by the Eurofem Association, the Ukrainian Women's Fund, and the results of these surveys really confirm those conclusions which I have quoted to you. But actually, women have to find a way out from this situation through communication, and also the new opportunities which are provided by the IT to us really help us to widen our horizons, and the things which we thought would be impossible in the past become part of our life. Thank you very much. It is true. Well, when we are even looking and analyzing the results of this discussion, well, we can see that we are optimistic. We understand the challenges. We understand that we are in crisis, but nevertheless, we understand that there are opportunities to improve our lives. So we have to communicate. We should not be apprehensive to communicate and to move forward to our goal. And I can see that the time which was given to this first session is expiring. So I would like to thank our speakers, Larissa, Katerina, Valentina, Christian, and thank you very much for sharing your stories, sharing your ideas. They really motivate us. And I hope that after this discussion, we are going to use more opportunities to have equal opportunities, and especially in the energy sector. I would like to thank all the participants who have joined this online conference, and I would like to thank the organizers of this event for us to be able to be part of this very important discussions and to discuss the topics which are absolutely important for all of us, which help Ukraine and the rest of the world to change for the better. So we are going to discuss a lot of important issues in the course of this conference. We are going to talk about the development of energy crisis managers, the role of women thereof, and the most important event in this conference today is the awards which are going to be given to women who have become prominent in the energy sector. So, Ms. Tatiana, I would like to thank you very much for a great discussion. And not that often we are discussing the important issues, so important issues at the opening parts of our conferences, and to be able to hear so many wise advice from our colleagues. And the next topic of our discussion is women as crisis managers. We are going to continue. I would like to suggest that we have just a glass of water or tea, and then in 5 minutes we are going to open the discussion on the topic of women as crisis manager. Is the crisis a good time to call women on board? That will be one of the issues we are going to discuss. How to ensure that women are heard not only in hard times, and also to how to survive if there is no quote regime. So I would like to suggest that in 5 minutes time, we open the news session, and please let's come back in a couple of minutes.
Конечно же, слышишь, попробуй, сейчас переключу, там идет немного через строчная развертка, вот это видна, типа интерлейсинг совершенно. Да, ну ты разберешься, как.
Студія, скажіть, будь ласка, зараз щось.
Добре. Чи чути мене? Прекрасно. Наші шановні спікерки і модераторки вже на місці. І я тоді пропоную рухатись далі.
Oh,
Якщо ви чуєте мій
Чудово, ми
well,
вас
I suggest that we move forward. Our speaker and moderator is already here.
якщо ви нас чуєте і відійшли
If you can hear us, or you started to work on your papers or having tea or coffee, but please come back, and we are going to open a very interesting discussion now. And we were talking that it is much more difficult to provide the gender equilibrium during the crisis, but this will lead us to the more higher quality regeneration. And we are going now to discuss how women can become leaders under the crisis times. I would like to discuss the technical aspects first of all. I would like to ask all the speakers who are going to use the Zoom program, and also some of the speakers are going to talk from the studio. So please try to talk not that fast so that the high quality interpretation could be provided. And well, we can discuss issues with the speakers through the chat. If you have comments or questions, please write in the chat and we will try to respond to your comments and to your questions, which are going to write in the chat. So thank you very much in advance for doing that. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Marina Ilchuk, the board member of the Women's Club of Ukraine and the representative of the CMS company. Thank you very much. And I would like to welcome all of you again here at this conference and those who were able to join us offline, that online. And today, we already mentioned that this panel is going to be dedicated to the question of women as crisis managers. Since lately, we can watch a lot of events which are dedicated to the topic of crisis of COVID. The Forbes magazine has published an article about 5 women leaders of various countries. And the first article was dedicated to Iceland, to New Zealand, and the author of that publication was saying that there are a lot of examples, including Italia, Greece, where the men leaders of the countries coped with the crisis quite well in terms of coronavirus crisis. But there are very few examples where the leader women in these countries did not cope with that crisis. There were very few cases like that. And there was a lot of discussion after this article was written. And a lot of people during this discussion said that we cannot connect the success with the gender. But what is your opinion? What do you think about the role of women during the crisis? And what happens in your institutions, in your companies? Who manages the company during the crisis? This is my first question to the audience. And we wanted to discuss all these issues today, and you will have an opportunity to speak and give your opinion. And then we are going to answer the questions from the floor, from the audience. And first of all, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Olga, who is an acting Minister of Energy. And she is the first Minister of Energy in the history of Ukraine. And I know that this ministry is planning to sign a memorandum with the Women's Energy Club. And Ms. Olga, please tell us more on this topic.
Дякую за допомогу.
I would like to welcome all of you to this conference, those who are here in the studio and those who joined us online to participate in the conference. And I would like to thank you very much for being invited to this conference. I believe that this is a very interesting discussion, and it's always pleasant to discuss the important issues in the community of professional people. As for the energy, this is the sector which at present lives under the influence of the stereotype that the energy sector is a men's sector, a male sector. And I believe that the stereotypes which have been formed during the previous years are very strong. But, and you also mentioned that Ministry of Energy was up till the present headed by men, and the majority of the directors of the energy companies are also males. And these stereotypes really shape up the general vision of the women as for their role and place in this sector. And I believe that we have to discuss these issues, and that this meeting in this respect is very important, and the work of the Women's Club is very important in this aspect. We have to consolidate our efforts not only to develop this sector, but also to establish the gender equality and overcome the stereotypes which I've mentioned. And I know that a number of surveys have been carried out, men and women in the energy sector, and 52% of women and 46%, if I'm not mistaken, 46% of men agreed that it is very difficult to develop their careers in the energy sector. And we might agree or disagree with this statement, but from my own experience, I can tell you that it is true that at certain phases of my life and my career growth, I felt that to be able to be promoted to a certain position or to 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 occupy certain positions, it is necessary to be much stronger and much more resilient than men are. But I always believed that if one has a goal, it's not important whether you are a man or a woman in a certain area. And if an individual has a wish and works hard to achieve this goal, it will be achieved and it will work out and everything is going to be good. And I think that uh, the personal stories are very important to transfer the information. And I can tell you my personal story. I believe that I am quite a good example of the fact that it is possible when there is a really wish to achieve one's goal, though at the beginning of my career, I was never thinking that I will be promoted to the position I'm holding now. And I was not thinking about the positions, to be frank. But my experience shows that during the 15 years of work in the ministry, and I started to work in the ministry as the lead specialist, and today, you know, that I am holding the position of the acting minister. And it is true that I had to work as a crisis manager. And I believe that during the last several years, Ukraine had very difficult times. And then it all happened in 2014. And then I was the deputy head of the Department of the Energy sector, and I was head of this department. And then I became the general director of the energy markets. And I every year was facing very difficult challenges and the crisis phenomena which I had to cope with. And I believe that women can do this work very efficiently. They can multitask and they are very resilient and they are working hard. And these qualities are needed to be able to cope with the crisis situations. And I told you about my personal story, and I told you how I was moving along the career ladder within the last 15 years. I started well at really not very important position in the energy company, but I was developing and gaining my reputation in the sector step by step. And if we think, if I would like to tell you how I was studying at the energy department in the technical university, in the National Technical University in Donetsk, where I was studying, I can tell you that then there were very few women. There were less than 20% of students who were women at that department, and even less than that have graduated from that department. And it was very difficult to get education in the energy sector. And the professors were looking in a very condescending manner on our female students.
I may tell you that I also had an experience of some scientific research. And at the very same time, I was never putting something ahead, either family or my professional skills, my professional career. I had a balance of it all, and the success of women in any area, including in energy, would be to find that very balance between professional life, between being a woman, and not to think if you want to build a career, you are obliged to sacrifice some part of your life. That's not my philosophy. And actually, now I'm wife. I'm a mother. I have a great family, but at the very same time, I've spent 20 years in energy sector, and I'm telling you this just to inspire those girls and those women who are just making first steps in this very sphere, in this very area, and are starting to build their career. Maybe have some plans, or maybe they have some fears. I want them to hear this, and I want them to believe in themselves. That's very important. And don't actually block the attainment of your goals by any fears. Just go forward, just develop and gain your professionalism. And I wish all of us to feel ourselves equal together with men. Let's go ahead, shoulder to shoulder with men, and I don't want you to feel any gender gaps. Let me tell you personally about me. In the recent years, I've never had that feeling that there is some gender gap. So those people who are surrounding me, they perceive me just from the viewpoint of my professional qualities. Maybe that's the reason why I'm occupying this position. I was offered it in very complicated times in energy sector. You know what was happening this spring, and we had a very untrivial year as a result of pandemics and as a result of a market being that young, and the market required certain evolution to get stronger. And a lot of other factors coincided in time, and they've influenced this very market. So everything was running to abyss. And this was a personal challenge for me this very spring, a challenge for me and for my team. But let me tell you that I believe that in this 7 months, I have something to be proud of, because we've managed to stabilize the situation in every sphere and manage the crisis, which was on the renewable sources of energy from the viewpoint of our relations with investors, and stabilize situation in the market as the whole, and start some new activities in terms of reforming the coal industry, which was not done all the years of Ukraine's independence. And I've prepared a lot of, and I've launched some strategic work in a lot of areas. And it will take a lot of time if I start enumerating all our achievements. I believe that in the nearest future, the world will see the report support of my team for this 7 past months. I'm saying my team because without my team it would not be possible. We will make the results public and you will have an opportunity to look at them. And maybe I was talking about it all at the same time. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if there were any questions, I would stick to the topic more, but I was trying to give the key messages, how I feel this. Thank you so much, Miss Olha, because right you are. You are a very good presenter to start with, because you've set several important topics in our agenda. This feeling of the glass ceiling, whether there are barriers for a woman at all, and you've touched upon this glass abyss. Maybe you don't know this very term. Yet there was this research conducted. So as far as I remember, it was conducted in Great Britain. Then Utah University also started researching 500 companies, and they had a look. What were the conditions to actually appoint a woman to a certain position? And usually it was in the times of crisis, and they were saying whenever the woman was heading the company, she was really risking everything. So it was in the times of crisis. So either it's a success or it's a failure. So once again, it's a subject to discussion about this glass cliff. And now I would like to give the floor to Lyudmila Buimister, MP, member of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Supreme Council of Ukraine, Committee on Economic Development, and very often she's involved in solving the issues related to energy sector. So, Ms. Lyudmila, oh, actually we had Ms. Lyudmila in Zoom, but we cannot find her somehow. Maybe let's proceed and then we'll decide what to do. Oh, great. Then let's proceed to Olha Babi, member of National Energy and Utilities. Right. I'm here, Ms. Lyudmila is saying. Sorry. Somehow I could not unmute myself. Oh, I beg your pardon for that. I thought you were not with us. Well, that's, the peculiarities of this Zoom era. Sorry. So, Ms. Lyudmila, we are going back to you. I looked at the statistics of Verkhovna Rada as regards sticking to gender quota. So the data, if we have a look at 2014, by the way, let me mention, there were 48 women in Verkhovna Rada. Now, according to the recent data, we have 88 women. So what is your personal attitude towards this principle of gender quotas? We know there are some amendments to the electoral legislation, and well, is there this issue of the shortage of human resources or not? Because we have to stick to this new legislation, right? What's your attitude in general to this personnel gap or staff scarcity, staff shortage? And what is the leadership position of women in Verkhovna Rada? In the first place, I would like to express my gratitude to organizers for arranging and organizing this event, because it shows that the issue of gender equality in our country as of today is relevant, is high in the agenda, and that's really so. So actually, there are more and more women at all the levels of the authorities, including in Verkhovna Rada. And introduction of this electoral quota into the legislation was a huge step forward, which was performed thanks to the efforts of Ms. Olena Zelenska. And it has already shown its efficiency in the course of local elections, when everybody were actually speaking at first about stuffing bottlenecks, but at some lists there were even more women than men. So the issue of gender equality, of gender politics, policy is the issue of actually relieving women from this double load. Some time ago, I had this boss. He was Italian. When he came to Ukraine, he said only women can save this country because everywhere, the most critical positions in critical times, there were women. And moreover, we need to do a lot to solve all the problems of this double load and shape the proper foundations of the gender policy in order to introduce gender measurements into policy initiatives, legislative initiatives. But the fact that in energy sector we are saying that we have more and more women, and we are not scared by this notion in the society or this attitude in the society that that's a male profession. Wow, that's already a huge win, and that's a huge step forward in terms of gender policy and gender mainstreaming. That's a win of the state of Ukraine. If to speak about the anti-crisis management, you know, for 20 years I was crisis manager, and as you've correctly mentioned, as soon as something goes wrong or some crisis comes, you can appoint a woman to a managerial position. Unfortunately, it happens like this very often. And in the corporate sector, we still have a lot to do in this regards. In the first place, we have to achieve this equal attitude, I should put it like this, attitude towards women, because numerous researchers, they show the gap in payroll and in the opportunities, or even there are some professions which are not that friendly to women, where women are not that welcomed. And it didn't start yesterday. The problem of gender inequality was there were attempts to solve this problem for ages, and actually it's clear that as of today we still have certain issues of perception on the side of the society, because somehow there are these standard roles which shall be played by either men or women, and that's a biased approach. So I would like to mention some other aspect here. Right you are. We have this double load on women because we are talking about household chores and career, and we have to somehow overcome these challenges. So, on one hand, family and children, some time we have to pay to family and children. And you know, with our lawyers, we were recently joking, well, in what way an MP shall take a maternity leave according to the labor code? So far, we haven't found an answer to this very question. How to actually deal with this double burden. And in the legislation, we don't have it well regulated, let us be frank. And, you know, Scandinavian countries are a very good role model where at the level of the legislation, a father has got a right to take the paternal leave, but at the level of society, they're actually greeting this step and welcoming this step. Unfortunately, at the level of the society, we are not yet there to perceive a father in this role. Though the society starts seeing this process as the future. And women perceive this idea well. Actually, there are some YouTube channels dedicated to a father who is the key character of some videos because they are staying home with their children. I believe with time, this attitude will change. But together with this attitude, the attitude towards women building their careers will change, because actually everything starts with how we bring up our children. Everything starts with the family. The perceptions start there. So I believe we are on the right way. And if to talk about the situation in the country in general, Well, the situation has the crisis nature, of course, and this is an overwhelming crisis, let us be frank. In energy, at the very beginning of this year, we saw very mm, very rapid pace towards complete failure. Well, actually, yes, today we've stopped it. So we've stopped the crisis, including thanks to women, and also thanks to women, we can solve other crises which are there, faced by the country. And in the first place, I mean here the coronavirus crisis, the pandemic crisis, economic crisis as well as constitutional one. So I believe that we need to involve as many women as possible. Those women who are not afraid to do something in these critical moments. They are jumping into fire, as they say, to save the country, as my former boss used to say. Thank you, Miss Ludmila, and I loved your quoting the Scandinavian countries example. The statistics actually is always referred to. Maybe man will come to our conference someday and we'll be talking about this double burden, right? And we are proceeding to Olha Babi, who is a member of National Energy and Utilities Regulatory Commission. Miss Olha, we know that if to speak about the members of the supervisory board of this commission, there are more men than women, and I know there is the issue of selection of candidates, future members of the commission. And whenever we are talking about this selection, usually there is the rule when a man and a woman receives the same score, then they would select a man. Is this a bias or are there these rules? And is this a motivation or discrimination? The floor is yours. Well, hello. And thank you, organizers, for an opportunity to come up here, not to stay at home all the time. That's pleasant. Because if we stay in Skype and in the Zoom all the time, you have this digital fatigue, you know. And now this is an opportunity for me to dress up and come here and talk to you. That's great. Thank you for this opportunity. Speaking about discriminatory limitations, as you've called them. So when we were appointed members of the commission at that very stage, when we had the testing, the interview, the special inspection, well, it felt scared. I felt scared that there were just men around me. It didn't feel comfortable. Let me be frank with you. I thought, wow, they are so wise. They are experts in the field of energy. They've lived the life. They have the lived experience. And back then, I had this fear, you know. But when I started working, it was a revelation for me that they were there to support me. And, you know, 1 year ago, I used to be a specialist in tariff formation in utility sector, but energy was a new challenge for me. And when I had some important, I don't know, questions as regards of heat station, the principles of work. Alexei Magda made me sit in the chair and perform this lecture in front of me. He was showing this works like this, etc. So in this period of time and in this year, thanks to their professional support, when we were communicating, you know, because we understood we were working for the common result, I've gained this experience. And now there are these situations when in the course of the meetings, I say something and I read in their eyes, oh my God, now she knows it all. And, you know, women has got this unique opportunity to change fast and to learn fast. And I was reading these researches and studies on gender. What I understood from them, women are flexible, and namely in the moment of crisis, why women are good at managing this crisis. They can say, well, let's talk. They are not that categorical, and they are flexible. They feel the threat at once. And we really have a lot of these examples of Scandinavian countries, but Olha Kiev is famous to the whole world thanks to her reforms, and it was very interesting for me to read about her. I was reading a lot about her because she was a crisis manager to me. She was a role model to me. And Olha of Kiev was a great example. So I started looking at her personal life, and I believe that it's actually important for women to have two things. The first one, to keep the balance, to have the balance, to be flexible and never stop in their development. And only then, well, it will be useful for all the women leaders, including in energy sector. As my grandmother was saying, we are all people. Let's not compete with men. We have to try to combine our efforts. And now we find ourselves in this crisis conditions when actually women can become that platform which can urge a man to combine their efforts, to join their efforts. They are warriors. They like wars and they like shooting each other. And that's not about ladies. That's not about women. At first, women go, had a look at the territory. How many people are there among the enemy army? Maybe we shall not shoot at them, but send them flowers, right? That's the approach of a woman. So in a corporate sector, of course, there is huge competition. Maybe women got lower salary. And somehow they say that the priority for women shall be a clean house and happy children, and only then we will have a look whether you are a good expert in what you do. There are these stereotypes, but in our digitalized world, actually, women professionals are becoming more and more important, more and more well-respected. And I felt it on myself, because this year was the year of challenges to me. And now I understand that the market, the gas market, is not that great challenge for me any longer. I try to learn about those approaches to regulation in other countries. I'm interested in that, and I'm ready to develop. There are new opportunities opening up for me. So, speaking about the public sector, in public sector, of course, there are more stereotypes because we all understand that reformation of the civil service was not that success. It was not taken into account gender quotas, the gender approaches, gender mainstreaming. But when you were referring to this example, when the score is the same of men and women, whom would they prefer, men or women? If women are preferred, that's not always fair to men. Let us be frank, because in these cases, when we assess the professional qualities in the first place, as was mentioned by Olha, we have to balance, we have to, of course, prioritize professionalism and only then have a look whether that's man or woman. Well, it's of course difficult to compete with men. You have to run more, to run a longer distance. You have to prove someone something. You have to prove that you can win, that you can take compromises. So it's about proving, it all to someone. You do not have a right to err. You do not have a right to make a mistake. Otherwise, it will be perceived as your weakness. So speaking about gender, I'm always making this joke among colleagues. I'm saying, well, gender, that's beautiful and that's great. But I believe that in our society, matriarchal society, because, mother was always the most important figure. So with time, we will be fighting for man equality and not just gender equality. Just think about this. In 10 years, men will be fighting their spot under the sun. Well, that's a joke, of course, and we are laughing. And that's one thing. Then, speaking about whether it's worth developing gender in crisis conditions, well, it's worth, but we have to have the wise approach to it all. There is this key approach to manage to manage crisis situations, and that's the approach of a person fitting the task which has to be solved. And it doesn't matter whether this person is a man or a woman. I'm monitoring these big companies and I look at the behavior of, leaders of these companies. And when I see a successful man, I understand that he might be supported by 4 successful women as well. So there shall be a team. Why are women, leaders? I was reading this Forbes analytics. Why are women better in some crisis situations? Because they are good team players. They are not playing their own game, but they are uniting people around them and are leading all this army ahead. So the future is in the hands of women. And I believe women will be appointed to some key positions in Ukraine. Actually, we have to avoid this phenomenon of glass ceiling. Later on, we will hear some reprimands like, well, she didn't cope with that, something was wrong with her. But, in women's relations with men, the key thing is to work together. There's nothing that complicated. It's all about our desire to agree with others and to reach the agreement, right, of various people, to find that compromise. And I believe that with time, we will have huge perspectives to overcome all these crises thanks to these skills. Thank you, Ms. Olha. And I'm always happy when, in the context of gender, we are speaking not about them and us, but we are talking about a team, how to join our efforts and how to consolidate our strengths. And we are proceeding to our next speaker. And I'm very glad that at this panel, which is called Women as Crisis Managers, we have not just women. We will hear an opinion of a man. I'm giving the floor to Shafki Akuna, chairman of the supervisory board of Ukrenergo. And Shafki, a question to you. 2 years ago, Ukrenergo was present at this very conference as a presenter, and they were mentioning the statistics. 28% of the employees of Ukrenergo are women, and some departments are chaired by women. So I have a question at once, whether this situation has changed somehow at Ukrenergo, and why at Ukrenergo actually why it is not headed by a woman. So
thank you, Women's Energy Club, for inviting me, and I'm indeed honored and also somehow petrified for being the only male participant in the conference. But I'll try to do my best to hold our end of the equal platform. First of all, I just want to make a couple of points that I think, you said energy has no gender, and I would say that gender is really for biology, and if we accept that as a reality of life and the way in which we approach business and economic life, then we are all going to be much better, because Ukraine cannot afford, and Ukraine's energy sector similarly cannot afford, to waste resources. And I think we have to acknowledge that women represent a great resource, not just individually, of course, but collectively, for the economy of Ukraine, for its development. So it is essential, in my view, that at the broader level, that appropriate measures, appropriate steps are taken to create an equality of opportunities and right conditions for both genders, for women and men, to work. And once we create that, then we have to become really gender blind. We have to look at individual on the basis of that person's qualifications. That doesn't mean, of course, that we have a long way to go to create those right circumstances, to create training, targeted training, to create the right balance in the structure of institutions. And that includes my institution as well. Coming to your question, I think we clearly have not made great progress, I must say, but we are making progress. About, as you said, a quarter of our employees are ladies, women, and similar proportion of heads of departments are also women. We need to improve on that. We have improved recently by appointing one member to our four-member management board, Marina Bezrukova, who's doing a superb job, and her skills are not only sought in our institution, but across the corporate life. She's our specialist for procurement in that management role. So we need to progress on that. And I see here, excuse me, a great, really a lever, a driver for not just Ukrainergo, but for all decision makers in the spectrum of political decisions and broader administration of the country. We are, as Ukrainergo and energy sector of Ukraine, we are aiming to join Energy Community Secretariat. And that cannot happen with what I would call an old mindset, because in most of Europe, these issues are the gender balance issue, gender equality issue is much more advanced, and the European institutions, European countries are very keen to see that replicated, that mindset, that philosophy replicated in their partners. So I would really urge our government, various institutions, and I can assure you that at Ukrenergo management, we are taking all the right measures, trying to take all the right measures to create the right opportunities for progression of women. I should also say, at least to claim some personal credit, that I've always been a great supporter of women, because I see that in our supervisory boards and the two boards that I am at, Ukrzaliznytsia and Ukrenergo, we unfortunately have no women, despite my very rigorous push in that regard. But I would take claim, for example, for really supporting introduction of women to the American Chamber of Commerce board when I was vice president of AmCham. And now we see where we are, being led by women in the most exemplary and dynamic and energetic way. And I think these, and the same goes for European Business Association. So these are examples that we have to put across to the older mindset to demonstrate the value of being gender neutral, gender blind, and being able to use the best capacity, best talent for that. the topic of this particular panel is do we need more women in crisis management situations? I would say yes, and I would say also that we need women in as I've been trying to say, in all situations, because women, in my experience, bring a considered, balanced decision-making process to any platform that they are participating in. And in particular crisis situations, the human factor is extremely important. And women have more emotional intelligence than men, sadly for men and great for women. And of course, the issue of multitasking and the issue of reliability. Indeed, you would see in all institutions that those critical functions where reliability and integrity is crucial are quite often, to a great majority, occupied by women. And we have to build from those facts, from these realities, to a broad-based participation on equal basis of women in all aspects of corporate life. Men, I mean, if I can give a couple of advice to you, and at the risk of betraying my own gender, but men are afraid of women, and for a variety of reasons, are intimidated by women. So in earlier discussions, when advice was being given what women need to do, I think you have to use that power that you have over men to grab opportunities, to demonstrate your qualities, stand your ground, and go for any position, any opportunity, as just as much as men do. So, make use of your levers, make use of the weaknesses of the other gender to create that balance. And once we have that balance, I think we're quite away from it. Then we can take a completely, as I said, gender blind, gender neutral mindset. We will continue at Ukrenergo to promote women in a variety of roles. The same goes for, I have to say, in my Ukrzalizycia as well. And indeed, some senior roles definitely have women there, not at the supervisory board, but at the management levels. We bring women, and this will continue. And we can only do that, of course, if women put themselves forward. You got to put yourselves forward. You got to show your qualities, and then there's no option for the system to acknowledge and to accept women into their ranks. Thank you very much.
Шефки, дуже дякую. Дуже приємно мати таку підтримку в
Shevki, thank you very much. And it's so important for us to have that much support in the person of such a, person like yourself. Your opinion is very important for us, but unfortunately we are limited in terms of time. But I would like to ask you the question. You said that we cannot afford, and I love that phrase, not to use the resource which we have in Ukraine, the resource, the human resource, women's resource, professional qualities of these women. We are talking about a crisis time. Well, at present, we have a crisis, and in the sector of energy. We have an example when the Ministry of Energy, sector of energy, is headed by women. The commission, regulatory commission, is headed by women, and there are women members of the National Commission. And we know that quite recently a competition was carried out, and you were talking about the managerial level in Ukrenergo. And you have carried out the competition for CEO Ukrenergo. Why the woman has not been chosen? Well, whether there were no candidates of appropriate gender, what will be your opinion on this? And can you comment this topic?
I think, as all speakers have said, all decisions have to be first and foremost based on the merits of the individual, the qualities of the variety of candidates. And unfortunately, I mean, it was also a fact that there were very few women indeed who put forward their candidacy. And that's what I mean by women putting themselves forward. I think there were only 2 or 3 women from a universe of 70, 80 candidates that was presented. And we indeed included in the shortlist female candidates as well. But in the final choice of the chief executive, we went with the what we thought was the most appropriate candidate. But his gender played no role in that selection process, and I'm glad to say that we have the best candidate from among everybody. But as I said, there were not enough candidates from women.
Дякую, ми почули і будемо закликати ще більше жінок проявляти свої лідерські якості і подаватися на
Thank you. We have heard what you said, and we are going to encourage women to demonstrate their leadership qualities and apply for the competitions for the CEOs and use their, features of the character to compete with men. And I would like to invite Ms. Natalia Boyko. We met quite long ago, and she participated in a lot of our activities. And at one of those events, you said that you support the gender quoting. But you have changed your opinion about this. And can you see any difference in terms of taking a decision of appointing a woman to the, let's say, supervisory board of Naftogaz and things like that? What are your approaches to this issue in comparison with the men? Now, we have a very interesting supervisory board. At present, we have 3 men and 3 women in the supervisory board. And we were talking about the quotas, and then to discussion you referred to, it was about the corporate reform and what impetus could be given to it. And that was a very proactive discussion then in terms of introducing the quotas, the participation of women in the supervisory board. And I don't see a problem here because at a certain point of time and at a certain phase, it will be important to introduce those quotas. We have heard today that the quotas helped to increase the number of women in the supervisory board. And during the latest elections, the introduction of quotas played a great role to engage a lot of women into the local government and in the local government authorities. The sound is very poor. So let us tune the microphone. And can you say, can you make a sound check, please? Yeah, it's better. This is a question to the audience. Can you hear the speaker well? We are waiting for the response of the audience. Yeah, now the sound is better. And when we are talking about the corporate reform and the supervisory boards and the participation of women, I can say that it might give an additional impetus toward development. Our supervisory board is a very good example of how at this level, women can be represented equally and do the same work and complement each other, because we are talking about the specific ability of people to see the situation. Propose the decisions, the draft decisions, analyze and balance these decisions. Well, we had a difficult phase of the development of the company during the COVID, so the decision was taken to transfer all the processes in online. But this is my first time I'm speaking into a microphone offline when I'm speaking into the mic. But since the quarantine was introduced, I was participated in all the activities offline. And this was a big challenge for the company. It was difficult to understand at the very beginning how to organize the work. When we are talking about the role of women, well, I would like to tell you that during this process, which we are discussing, the women are overloaded with the work, and that's a huge load of work. And and um, there is a joke whether you are going to pass the quarantine at home with your wife and children, or in your office. And this is a good joke because quite often men are escaping to their offices, but the women have to organize the life of the family, the life of the children, and to provide all the necessary conditions for the family to exist during the quarantine or off the quarantine, and also to organize the workstation at home and the proper work from home. And when we are analyzing the situation after the several months of the quarantine, I can tell you that there are just a lot of phenomenal women who not were able to organize their work from home, but they actually really managed to participate very proactively in the meeting and cook the borscht at the same moment. And I think that traditionally women usually survive all the different situations and they take an advantage of thereof. And I think that structural changes have started in our company as far as the processes organization in our company, because quarantine is a opportunity for us to look at the efficiency of certain processes, the decision-making chains, and even organization of certain directions of our work. And definitely there is a trend that the transition to the online mode operation and the partial change of the types of work and approaches of work will also bring about the question of laying off some personnel. And this is not the gender issue, but this is the issue of efficiency. So new time sets up new challenges to us, and those who are going to adjust to the situation better are going to be more successful. But the value of the women is to be able to adapt to whatever situations. And I have watched my company working during this period of time, and I saw that the women are adapting to these new conditions very well, but they get tired much more than they used to during the previous period of time, because the fact that women were working in the office gave the women opportunity to work under different conditions. And that's why all the heads of the companies have to think of how to provide an opportunity for the women to have some psychological relief during the period when they are working from home, not to overload the women with this work when they are working from home, and to prevent their burning out. When we are talking about the women in crisis, we somehow overlook one more aspect, and I'm thinking about it quite often. And I think that this is a very important area from the point of view of the potential of the women leaders. This is GR. And I believe that under crisis situations, the women fantastically manifest themselves as people from GR, and they can advocate, explain the necessity to take a certain decision under the situation when standard mechanisms fail and do not work. And I also would ask us to think about it much more and to find new approaches to resolve these issues. And crisis is always an opportunity. And we have to properly use it and use it efficiently. My colleagues were talking about the civil service, and this is true. Well, that when we were discussing the issues which are related to the maternity leaves and how to strike a balance with personal life and business life. And we are not discussing certain issues at present, but this issue will become much more acute in the future. And these are the approaches of the civil service at completion of the civil service reform. The reform which has been launched has not been completed, and certain decisions have been offered, but they deteriorated situation of women. Now we know that the situation with the maternity leaves have been been changed, and there are certain changes in terms of regulation, regulations which actually determine the ability of women to retain the job, especially during the sick leaves. And I think that the women have to restore those guarantees which they had as far as the maternity leaves are concerned. Well, and the women have to have an opportunity to come back to their positions in the civil servants, and they have to be provided those guarantees. And thus, we will be able to engage highly qualified specialists into the civil service, in spite of the fact that it is less paid than the services are paid in the corporate sector. And we have to try to use the additional levers for safety for the women. And this will demonstrate whether we will be able to provide certain, additional benefits for the women to work in this sector of the civil service in comparison with the corporate sector. Also, we have an issue with the mentorship in the civil service, and it is very important for women who hold the managerial offices, and especially in the energy sector. From time to time, we have to look around and help the women who cannot really understand their potential. It is very important to help them believe in themselves. And sometimes these will be very simple things. For example, you might talk to a colleague, well, why don't you participate in the competition? And why they do not do that quite often? Because they say, well, there will be a lot of men, I will not be able to cope. And this is a glass ceiling. This is a classical, so to say, example. It exists. So at a certain period of time, this fantastic book was written on this issue, and I presented it to several of my colleagues, and they started to look at themselves in a different manner. And I'm happy that we have very, prominent women in the energy sector who are able to inspire people, to lead them forward. And that this will have a positive impact on the ambitions of the younger women who can see a more ambitious future ahead of them. But the responsibility of personal mentorship would be shared by all of us, because if we do not take responsibility for the younger generation, so nobody will be able to do that. So I would like to wish all of us not to be apprehensive, to take responsibility, including the mentorship and creating additional positive conditions for women. Do it in one's companies, one's NGOs, and in every workplace we are holding. Thank you very much, Natalia. It is very inspiring. I'm always supporting the idea that we have to start from ourselves, from education, and we have to start small. And at present, I feel very much inspired by those women who sit around myself. And I would like also more and more events like this to be carried out for the students, for the school children. And we should not engage only professionals into these discussions, but we have also engaged into these discussions younger generation to nurture the women leaders. Well, Natalia mentioned GR, and now we are going to invite the next speaker. This is Olga Belakova. She was the member of the Committee of the Parliament, and that standing committee was included at a certain period of time the largest number of women leaders. And now she's director on the government and international affairs of Gas City SO of Ukraine. And Olga, I have a question to ask. I've read about the very special practice which is used in the USA when big gas or energy companies are interacting and interfacing with other international organizations, and they participate in the tenders. They are required to demonstrate whether they implement the principle of gender equality in the work of their company. And I looked at the statistics of the energy companies of the USA for 2020. This was a statistic of women on board, and the biggest energy companies, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Schlumberger, Baker Hughes, ConocoPhillips, and all of them have been demonstrated in percentage in the ratios that there is on the average like 30% of women, and Chevron demonstrated they have 40% of women in the boards. So have you faced this situation in practice, and whether the operators of TSO have programs to support the leadership of women and applying the gender quotas? I would like to welcome all the participants to this event. I'm happy to participate in this event together with you, and I would like to thank you, first of all. I remember when we started our activities and when and how difficult it was to move forward certain messages. But at present, I have just a huge experience of interacting with men in the energy sector. I can see how the opinion on the gender in energy sector is changes among the managers of the company. So Olga, you have asked quite a number of questions, which I would be happy to cover, but I am a Ukrainian woman. I have my own plan traditionally, and I will try to give an answers to your questions, but I would like also to declare certain messages today. Under the crisis times, diversified managerial teams can have the best results. And this is an explanation of the approaches of our colleagues from the United States, Italy, Spain, Scandinavian countries, which are introducing quotas for the members of the supervisory boards in our company, and we have a very complex corporate structure, but nevertheless, we have one woman who is working in the supervisory board. I'm very happy to see the result of her work. And her style of, thinking, a resolution of the issues is very special. And this is the advantages of the company. My second thesis, the coronavirus crisis definitely is a crisis. It also has a social, economic aspect, but it has an opportunity to the society to quicker bridge the gap between various types of employees, including the equality of women. And the third thesis, energy sector is naturally living big, small, medium-sized crises almost every day. This is the peculiarity of this energy business. And it is very important for the managers to decide how they are planning to use the best talents of their specialists in their companies during the crisis. And this is not a trivial issue to resolve, especially when we are talking about the necessity to identify very special approaches to using women's talents. And I will give you some statistical information about this situation in our company. And I will tell you that most probably we are one of the best in the market of Ukraine in terms of the energy companies. And I can explain it by the fact that this is a new company and we have a very linear system of management and governance. And this gives a lot of opportunities to improve the situation. But I had the experience in corporate life, and I'm also was working as a politician. Now I'm working as in the corporate sector, but in the state-owned companies. But I would like to talk about the first topic, why it is very important to engage the diversified teams and to include women into them. And let us imagine a little crisis, just for a moment, at the level of our family life. Imagine big family, and it goes on a vacation by car, and 3-4 children are sitting in that car, parents, and the children are of different ages. So it's just an illustration of the situation in a complex country where there are a lot of challenges. And all of a sudden a crisis happens. The tire is getting flat and the car stops moving around the road. And can you imagine, in the same car, there would be parents, mom and dad with different experience, with different approaches, and they can work as a team under the crisis situation. And in the second car, in another car, there is only either men or women only. And where are the chances are bigger to resolve the crisis situation for the team? Which team will be quicker to stop bleeding, the child's bleeding, or change the wheel, change the tire, or call the police? Ukrainian energy resembles the situation with the car, and I would like that now various individuals would be engaged into resolution of these corporate issues, those who have the experience in political life, corporate life, and the experience of addressing the emergency situations. I was not working in the energy and studying in the energy sectors, but I was learning how to manage economic crises. And I would like now the society to see that to resolve unstandard situations, we have to consolidate various talents, and especially at the level of the governance. I'm not talking about the technical teams now. And it is very pleasant for me to inform you that at the level of newly created operator of the gas transportation system, we have 21% of women in the managerial board, and we have 238 women, but we have 1,100 managers, and 21% of them are women. What does it tell us? I am working with the heads of various departments, the departments which are dealing with the land issues and getting the technical approvals. And I respect their work so much. And I can see that they provide additional value to the company to resolve a number of very important issues we are facing at present. And I'm happy that at my previous work in politics, are engaging more and more women. And they, at all the discussions, at the roundtables, usually look at the problems from a different angle. I am not going to tell you that women are better than men, but I would like to tell you that we are different. And the consolidation of these different aspects creates the biggest value for the society. As a politician, I was supporting the idea to increase the quotas for women into the supervisory boards of the companies. It happened in my life that I started to work in a very practical area, and I hope that this initiative is not going to be dropped and forgotten, and it will be implemented in the future. And I will support what Natalia Boyka said, that we, as the managers, as the heads of the companies, irrespective of our gender, men and women are responsible for all the companies, and all the production processes would be successful. And for this purpose, we have to be responsible to development for the personnel who is working in our companies, not forgetting about the fact that women need additional assistance, because the women who are occupying the top level positions at present have been helped at a certain period of time, even if they are very intelligent and very very good at their work, always are being helped by the colleagues.
Today, I'm eager to actually help my colleagues as well. So there is the logics in it all, and together we can change the system in Ukraine, including in energy sector. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miss Olha, for this comparison of our energy sector. That's a great example if we say that energy is like an organism, like a body or a family, which requires a mother, a father, if to compare it with a child. That was a great analogy. We have to really build up our skills for the energy to be a success, for energy sector to be boosting and flourishing. And we will be inspired by other achievements. And we are proceeding to the last but not least speaker, Viola von Kramon Taubadel, member of the European Parliament. Do we have Viola? Yes, I see her. So thank you so much for finding an opportunity to join our discussion. This is the great honor for us, and thank you for supporting this gender mainstreaming idea, and thank you for actually participating in the conferences. So in one of your interviews, you've mentioned that the Green Party has got the biggest share of women if to compare to other parties. Have you sustained that leadership? And in what way other parties treat this? Do you try to inspire other parties to create some inclusion program for women? And actually, as regards gender quota, do you have those? And is it well perceived in the society? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina. Thanks to all the very impressive women here in this event, in this online event. So many impressive testimonials, so many really interesting personal stories by all of you. I'm completely flashed. I'm really impressed by this panel, and even by the male participant who is our token man today. That's perfect. That's fine, and I can easily jump into this. Well, yes, one of the statutes of the Green Party in Germany is definitely the quota. This is how it works, and when we vote our list, when we vote our party list now, either for the European Parliament and soon for the German Bundestag, for the federal government, for the states government, the first seat always goes to a woman, and that's absolutely accepted. And this is one of our fundamental principles. And I think we are, in that respect, absolutely a role model for other parties as well. While the, let's say, more conservatives were a bit slower, a bit more reluctant, they finally noticed that only with a high proportion of women in politics you can be successful. While they are losing more and more, especially in the more urban and academic grounds, they actually proceed in the same way. They start to think about a mandatory quote. Even I know that especially the rural areas are not very much in favor. The leadership is really pushing for this, and that's interesting to see. So far, I think we are still the party or the group in the parliaments with the highest percentage of women as MEPs or MPs. But in general, I see that some of the other parties try to catch up. And it is also sometimes a little bit the fact that, as Sefki said, that sometimes you do not have candidacy. You do not have women who put their candidacy or their application forward, and that's of course a problem. But in the Green Party, I can surely tell you, while people expect to have 50% of the seats guaranteed for women, there are enough candidacy, because women would like to represent 50% of the population. Of course, even in the member on the members base, we have also a slightly overrepresented male percentage, but nevertheless, we really try to keep the parity amongst all kinds of committees and seats and so on. I was very much flashed by the stories about energy and this examples which were given, and especially examples from the Rada, but also from the minister herself. I think that's great to see this, but I mean, to be honest, and observing Ukraine for quite a long time now, one thing is you put a woman forward, and the other thing, where are the decisions being made finally? And that's, I think, one of the crucial questions I would like to raise here. While you see that, I mean, the assets are still in the hand of mainly men. I mean, most of the oligarchs and most of the ownership of the energy suppliers if they are not state suppliers, they are in the hand of males. And also, of course, when it comes to the decision, it's obviously not the minister herself. She is the very well received and I mean, very well reputed and very well known and highly, highly competent minister, absolutely. But the decision is made then in the presidential administration and not by her. So, I mean, considering, yes, we have many more women now, and it was really impressive to see them here and to hear them and to listen to them. But it would be also interesting then going and digging a little bit deeper how the decision in Ukraine are being made and met, and how is the participation within this decision-making process of women in that process. And I can even assure, even in the Green Party, even if we have a parity, even if we have a quota, in some of the questions, and it might be logistic, it might be traffic, it might be even security questions, there is a tendency to have much more male voices being heard, while we women tend to tend to, let's say, discuss more the social questions, the softer question, and so on. So I have to agree, it's not just a phenomenon which applies for Ukraine or for other countries. It's an overall question, and that's exactly what some of my colleagues have said before. We really have to be blunt. We really have to put our names, our persons forward, and we have to make sure that women are being heard in all sectors, and especially in energy, where we see that some of the smart approaches when it comes to decentralized energy, when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to citizen energy, when it comes to give the right tax incentives to restructure the energy sector, it would be necessary to really go around the population and look what kind of potential you have. And Shefki has rightly mentioned it. We cannot waste this female resource, the potential of the women. And so also in that respect, I think that at least in Germany and some of the, let's say, more Western countries in science and research, we have a higher percentage of women when it comes to this question, how to restructure the energy sector. And also, I guess, when we think about how we're gonna live in the future, one has said the better air quality, human health questions. This is absolutely important. But the other thing is also about how we gonna have a fair, let's say, distribution of wealth. This is, at least for me as a politician, a very crucial question. And we really have to think about in Ukraine how we're gonna share up some of these privatized questions where we see that they will have large monopolies. And this is a question which is mainly so far touched and discussed by male politicians. And even in the Verkhovna Rada Committee for Energy, you barely hear any woman talking about this. I mean, you had one representative there, but as I said, when it comes to decision making, it's sometimes it's sometimes hard to hear the equal voices. On the European level, I would say that we have a big interest of not just putting women forward, but have, let's say, mixed teams. I think that is important. And you see, for example, in Finland, in the Scandinavian countries, why are they successful? Why are they in all the rating when it comes to, let's say, the general rate for happiness? Yeah, we have overall the highest ratings for the national happiness, whatsoever the right terminology is this. it is always Finland, it is always in the Scandinavian countries. And I think it is very obvious because the infrastructure for everyone to have a self-determined life, to have a right balance of work and life, it is so much easier when there is child infrastructure, you have childcare in place, you have good schools in place, you have a good healthcare system in place, which you do not have to pay anyone on the side, but they are provide you with all the essential things. And then women and men together can live in a more or less individual and independent partnership. And of course, they can apply for the same jobs. They can apply for high-ranking position. They are absolutely free or more or less free and independent to really choose their kind of life, their style of life. But you have to work on this. I mean, this infrastructure doesn't come from nothing. That costs a lot. You have to invest into this. And this is sometimes where even I see in Germany not put enough priorities on this, where we are too reluctant, where we think, well, I mean, this traditional role of women works as well. I mean, we still have this very unfair tax system where if you have a more or less paid partner in your partnership, in your marriage, the second partner has a big tax discount, which is absolutely a bad incentive for the second one then to apply for a job, because the taxes will be relatively or overrated high. So all these little bits and pieces needs to be regulated if you really look for an equal partnership and for good, let's say, infrastructure to give the right incentives, especially for women, for reaching out and for applying for higher jobs. But in general, I would say in politics, and that was also mentioned by some of my colleagues, if you have role models, if you have good examples, students, little girls, the youth, females will be absolutely, how to say, supported and endorsed by this. And we have seen it also now in Ukraine. I think the local election have shown a much higher participation of women in most of the areas. And we are just going and having a study on this, and probably will have the results in January. But this will be interesting to see whether the electoral code from July had already an effect on this. So thanks a lot for having me, and hopefully we can meet soon again and see even some more progress in terms of gender equality and gender mainstreaming.
Я дякую дуже, пані Віоло. Ви
Thank you so much, Miss Viola. You've summarized this very discussion, and it's very nice that you've mentioned that we need to have this very comprehensive, holistic approach. It's very nice to have motivations out there, motivations and role models for women, and there shall be some stimulus, some conditions, some infrastructure created for that. And this is important, actually, to introduce it all into the legislation for all the decisions to be actually gender-based. Thank you so much for this great discussion. I didn't have even a thought to interrupt someone, because all the speeches were just splendid and excellent. And everything mentioned by you is valuable, is important for gender mainstreaming. And I was making some notes here, and I was thinking about in what way we and I can make my contribution into gender equality. From Olha Buslavets, we've heard a very interesting example of Olha of Kyiv, and there was no glass ceiling for her. Right, and she was born, by the way, in 1890. And we've heard Miss Ludmila Buimister, who was talking about this double burden, and we shall not turn a deaf ear towards this as well. Olha Babi was talking about this shoulder next to you, and it's very important to find this support among women and among men. And it's out there in practice. We shall not create some barriers for ourselves mentally, which are not there. Mr. Shevki was saying that we have no right to neglect the resource which we have. We shall use it, and gender is only a biological phenomenon, right? And this is something which makes men and women different physically, and we shall use it as a benefit, the qualities of each and everyone. And we've heard Natalia Boyko, who is also an example, a role model to us. So, well, everybody here is a role model in terms of career, and she was telling us about Gentech voters, and she's a member of supervisory board of Naftogaz. And we gathered here not just to talk and discuss something. We shall think what's next, and the next steps would be some legislative initiatives. And Ms. Natalia has mentioned that it's that important for the state, for the public service to create all the conditions mentioned by Ms. Viola. And we've heard Olya Belkova, who gave an interesting example. She said about importance of diversification, diversified approaches. And we've gathered here today to understand, as Ms. Viola successfully summarized, mentioned about this comprehensive approach, we shall also remember our personal qualities. We shall be looking for a support. Both women and men need this support, and we need creating legislative stimulant conditions. Thank you so much, Ms. Marina. Thank you for this very session, for your moderation. If we had offline, then we would have a round of applause now. A round of applause to you, to all our speakers. Thank you so much.
Can I one suggestion here? I'm interfering just before the session is closed, if you allow me. Institutions report to their shareholders for their financial results once a year. Maybe just an idea is occurring to me that the regulators, the government hold at least once a year, preferably maybe twice a year, a reporting on what institutions are doing to create the gender balance as part of their overall regulatory reporting requirements. That might be a good step to promote thinking and action in institutions. I'm sorry, I just came up with this idea that it might be worthwhile considering in the context of the decisions that the country has to make.
Yes, and by the way, in September, we've approved the concept of communication in the area of gender, and there has to be an action plan or implementation plan. So this idea is a very interesting idea, which can be included into this concept. And it would be really great for the institutions, for Verkhovna Rada, the government, to report about their gender achievements. This is, once again, communication, and we were mentioning that communication is vital. Thank you so much, Mr. Shevki, for your comment. Thank you for your comment, and well, we have huge potential in this discussion, and we can dedicate the whole day to this very topic. Well, now we are wrapping up with this session, and this is time for a break. Thank you so much, all the speakers, and I believe we are going to keep on having these discussions, professional discussions on various topics we were raising just now, because conference is not the only platform to do so, right? There are other opportunities to discuss it. Thank you, Ms. Marina, for your moderation, great moderation. And now I would like to announce a break to 1 o'clock. We have 40 minutes break. And after the break, we come back and we will have a discussion, new women-friendly professions in the industry for green recovery. And we are going to talk about new education for new generation. And let me remind you that at 4 o'clock, we have the award ceremony of Women of Ukraine Energy. So we are looking forward to I'll see you here in 40 minutes. Bon appetit, and let's meet.
конференції. Шановні учасниці, учасники нашої конференції, вітаю вас.
Esteemed participants of our conference, I would like to welcome you to the continuation of our conference. Energy without gender has no gender, the everlasting battle. We are going to continue our discussion because if you are getting a cup of coffee, please listen to me and come back to the screens, and we are going to continue the discussion. We are going to open the next part of our meeting, the new women-friendly professions in the industry for green recovery. And we are going to look at the issues, how women can help to rebuild this sector in times of global recovery needs after the pandemic, how it is possible to start playing green, and how with the new profession we can empower the world, and also opportunities for women in energy business at present. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Alexei Ryabchin, advisor to the Vice Prime Minister of Europe for European integration and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, and he is going to moderate this session. Yes, so I would like to remind you that the microphones are being turned on at the bottom on the screen, but don't do it now. And only Alexei Rabinchuk is going to speak now. I would like to urge our speakers to speak slowly and distinctly so that the interpreters will have an opportunity to translate you better. And you can also send your questions, comments into the chat, but please mention who you are, where are you from, and tell us who you putting this question to. Alexei, the floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you very much for an opportunity to moderate this session at this conference. And our panel has an aim, the new women-friendly professions in the industry for green recovery. And it's very pleasant that all these speakers and myself have met, and we actually developed very long-term and fruitful relations to protect our country and the planet at large, in the area of protection of it, because all our initiatives are related to the counteracting the climate change and prioritization of these issues. And even we, together with Alexandra Tomchak, who is a member of the cabinet of the Executive Vice President Franz Timmermans, European Commission, we didn't have an opportunity to meet personally, but we are working on the same issue, the development of the Green European Course of Ukraine. And that's why I even feel some connection with the people whom I did not meet in person yet. And when people are saying that there are few women in the energy sector and we have to engage more of them, but my impression is that I have been working only with women in the area of energy. And I was the member of the faction of Batkivshchina party in the parliament, and the leader of the party is Julia Tymoshenko. She has been working in the energy sector for a long period of time. Now I'm working in the office of the Vice Premier Olga Stepanishna, who is also working on the green issues. Also, I was working for Ola Buslavets, and I think that there are quite a lot of women in the managerial position in the energy sector. Maybe I was lucky to meet all of them. And if we actually quote the report which has been prepared by the Women's Club of the energy sector, well, the statistics gives us that each third employee in the energy sector is a woman, and Ukraine has 27% of women working in the energy sector, but in the European countries, there are 20 to 25% of women working in this sector. But unfortunately, we do have the cases. Fortunately, we have we have the women's face in the energy sector, but there are very few women on the managerial position. So there is a gap in the wages. And this problem exists in the energy sector as well. I've been listening very carefully to the discussions during the previous panel. I'm not going to repeat all these things, but it is very interesting that the development of the modern technologies, environmentalization of this sector, automation of the industrial processes, working processes, well, expands the opportunities. And this is a prerequisite of increasing the number of women in the energy sector. And usually in the renewable energies, there are more women employed in comparison with the traditional sectors. And also the professional roles are differently distributed. 46 managerial positions are held in women and 32 of the top level managerial positions and 30% of the technical positions. And if we look at the US reports of Irena in the green energy, and the development of the green energy opens enormous opportunities to create new jobs for the women. And in according to the data of the International Agency for Recoverable Energy, well, more than 40 million people are going to work in this sector in the future. So I'm going to introduce our panelists. Ms. Alexandra Tamchak, the member of the cabinet of the Executive Vice President Franz Timmermans from European Commission, is going to be online with us. In the studio, we have Oksana Aliyeva, the member of the board of the Women's Energy Club of Ukraine, and she is the coordinator of the project Climate Change and the Energy Politics of Hiring Bell Fund. And Anna Swiderska is the head of GR and Business Development Manager of the Katek Stola, and Yulia Burmistrenko, the advisor for the CEO of International Affairs of the Tech. And virtually, we have present here Alessia Nekoroshka, the head of the National EITI Secretariat in Ukraine, initiative of the transparency of the extracting sector. And Ms. Ima Krenova Shimkina was not able to participate in this meeting. She's a deputy project of the Director of Promotion of the Energy Efficiency and Implementation of the EU Energy Directive of GIZ. She is not able to participate in this meeting. She is our women face of the energy sector of Ukraine. She is well known to all of us. So we would like to wish you all the best and recover as soon as possible. And now let's go back to Oksana Alieva, the first speaker, and she is working for the Foundation of Kendrick Boyle in Ukraine. So before you start your intervention, Oksana, I would like to ask a question. Whether you believe that it is necessary to introduce the leadership programs and mentorship programs for the women, and whether the popularization of the success stories of the careers of women in the energy sector will be useful, because we have a feeling that in spite of good examples in Ukraine, we still lack the change agents in green generation, like, for example, Greta Thunberg, who is all over, known all over the world. Please, can you answer this question first, and then you have your 10 minutes for your speech. I'm Oksana Alieva. I am working for a long time in the area of the counteracting climate change, and taking into account that one of the biggest contributions into the counteracting the climate change is the necessity to work in the energy sector. So I actually was working in the area of energy reforms in particular, though my background allows me more to work in counteracting climate change and the contamination of the environment. But energy sector has become a very important part of my life. And I would like to respond to the comment of Alexei, who said that it happened so that you are working with women who are representing the energy sector, and they hold the managerial positions and top-level positions. But you referred to the report. Going back to it, the report, which offers the statistics and the results of the polling, as for the participation of men and women in the energy sector of Ukraine, it was carried out in 2018 with the support of our foundation, Henrik Bale Foundation, and also with the help of the Women's Energy Sector Club. So from this report, we know that 11% of women are working in the energy sector all over the world, but in Ukraine, these numbers are lower. So you were lucky that you were able to work with these women, because the statistics tells us the opposite. So we cannot extrapolate our individual experience to the whole sector. Quite often, we learn that people who have never faced a certain, bias as far as themselves are concerned in their career growth, and also the women who they know have never faced it, and they didn't have information about these biases, and they believe that there are no biases or gender stereotypes in the energy sector. But once I heard the following answer to the question, whether it is necessary to start working on the gender equality in the energy sector. But the answer was, and this was made by a man, well, not a single woman has ever addressed, complained that she was actually hampered to work in the energy sector. But, the fact that we have not met these things and biases does not mean that they do not exist. It's like the viruses. We do not see them, but they exist in this world. But let's go back to the topic of this discussion. What opportunities, prerequisites are being created in the sector, taking into account the green recovery? And what is the green recovery and European agreement on the green recovery? It's about how to re-engineer, rethink the energy development and how to approach it from the point of view social economic transformation, to transform the sector which will be acceptable from the social and environmental point of view. And I believe that this is the key answer to the question how to engage more women into this area and to create appropriate conditions for them in the energy and the sector and the sectors which are close to it. If we are going to start this transformation, we have to remember the following. In this world, the energy transformation already has started. Well, in Ukraine, this process started. It's very slow. It starts small, but we are trying to refuse the coal and gas, which was the basis for development of the energy sector. But now it is being transformed, and the new jobs are being created in the sector, energy efficiency center, and the projects are being developed in this area. And when we are saying that we are developing something new, this new has to be created, taking into account the lessons we learned in the past and the mistakes we made in the past. And while we always had that mining sectors were masculine ones, there is no room for women, and very few women are employed as professionals there. And those who are working in this sector, like for example in the coal mining sector, are working on the administrative positions, and very few of them are working in the engineering area. And when we are going to discuss the possibility to create new jobs, we have to adopt the new policies, like the policy of gender equality, while we are creating these new jobs and actually implementing the quotas, which was discussed during the discussion at the previous session. I would like to give you an example. We can talk about something tangible, something which we can touch, which we can hold in our hands, some physical objects. And when we are talking about transformation and restructuring, we always think about the infrastructure. If we are creating the new physical infrastructure at present, if, for example, the roads are being repaired and the sidewalks are being repaired, we are saying that we have to do that, take into account the new requirements. Like, for example, we have to provide an opportunity for the people who are using wheelchairs. The groups with low mobility will feel themselves more comfortable in the urban areas. And these small things improve the life of the people, and they give an opportunity to the people who are confined to their homes, to their apartments, to enter the urban space. And these policies have to be implemented to make this sector more friendly for women. And this has to be done from the very initial phases of professional work of young women and girls, starting from the educational sector. We have to give an opportunity to women to actually enter the universities, technical universities, target our promotion of these universities so that they will be noticed by the women. But mentorship is, which you referred to, are very important in this area. Well, if young women and girls do not see the women on the other side, which are participating, let's say, in the panel discussion of the energy conference, to imagine that she can also enter this group of people and she can make a career in the energy sector. So the examples are very, very important. We are now working on the book, which is going to be addressed to the children of 9 to 11 years, and it's a book about the green energy. In life, we have very few examples of women who are holding a very important positions in the energy sector. We can describe these opportunities for the girls in our book. So the girls, young girls who are going to read this book will understand that they might achieve success in the wind energy sector. So we have to improve the visibility of women who are working in this sector. And when the organizers of the conference are telling me, oh, we were not able to find the women who will be able to speak on this topic. And I always am telling them, you have not been looking for them quite carefully. Well, Alexei told us that he was working with a lot of women in the energy sector. So they have to be much more visible. They could be easier to identify. Maybe we have to create the databases. The Women's Energy Club is working on them. They promulgate the information on women who are working in this sector. And the women who have achieved success in this sector have to become the mentors to the women who start working in the energy sector, demonstrate their example, the role models, and support them from the psychological point of view and from the expert point of view. For example, a man cannot help a woman who was a victim of the sexual harassment at the workplace, but a woman can provide a good psychological support and give a tip how to resolve the situation. So mentorship is very important. So the slogan "Women for Women" is very important in the energy sector in particular. Thank you. Thank you, Oksana. Well, Oksana knows for sure about these things. Oksana, you are a role model for a lot of girls who would like to build their career in the civil society organizations who are counteracting the climate change. I know a lot of students who have been inspired by your speeches and now started to get educated in the international universities which are offering courses on the counteracting of climate change. And thank you very much for being a role model for those women. And now we would like to give the floor to Ms. Tomchak, Alexander Tomchak. Hello.
Yes, good morning. I'm just making a quick check that the translation works well and I can speak in English.
Okay, sure.
Yes, is that okay?
Dear interpreters, can you please help? Шановні перекладачі, можете допомогти нашій колежанці?
Працюють. Так, працює.
Okay, great, great. I just wanted to check that I can be also understood by those maybe who need interpretation to Ukrainian.
Yes, Ukrainian interpretation is working. Please start.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation. My name is Alexandra Tomczak. I am a member of cabinet of the Executive Vice President, Franz Timmermans of the European Commission, who is responsible for the European Green Deal in the European Commission. But before I joined the EC, I actually worked in the coal industry. I was working in one of those industries that has been quoted as not being particularly maybe well staffed with female workers. And I remember this day when I went to visit a coal mine and I was told that a woman in a coal mine brings bad luck. Hopefully after this excursion, nothing happened in the coal mine. There was no accident as far as I know. So I hope that this has proved that this is perhaps a myth and has nothing to do with reality. But jokes apart, I think this is a very timely event and a timely discussion because we are living through a number of transitions happening at the same time. We have the Green Deal transition, we have the energy transition, we also have a social transition. Women empowerment is still continuing and entering new stages. And we are also living through a major economic transition because I think that this COVID crisis has really forced us to rethink the way we as individuals live as part of a society. And the green recovery that we hopefully want to see coming out of this crisis is also giving us an opportunity to rebuild, not based on the old structures, but rebuild new business models, new economic models, new social models that are more in line with the vision of the society in which we want to live in the future. And this is exactly how we in Europe think about the green recovery. Let's use this as an opportunity for building back better. And if you think about women empowerment, this is another dimension, how all these different transitions happening at the same time can actually reinforce each other. As jobs in the old sectors are disappearing, there are new jobs in new sectors. This also creates opportunities to build a more equal society for both men and women. And for this to happen, I think the person who spoke before me has really emphasized this really well. The individual attitudes have to change, but the systems also have to change. So we have to work at both levels. And in Europe, even though we have been working on the issue of gender equality for quite some time, it is quite surprising that still over 40% of people, of EU citizens, think that women's main role is to take care of the family, and over 40% think that men's main role is to take care of earning money, which just shows that the stereotypes are still there. And we will also have to think how to help people get rid of these stereotypes, which are, in the end of the day, not helpful for men and not helpful for women. So now in the energy sector, in Europe, as you rightly said, around 25% of the employees are women. The situation is slightly better in the renewables industry, 35%, but we are very far from having a well-balanced representation of genders within the energy sector or the renewable sector. We're not as bad as the building sector, where women represent only 10% of the employees, but definitely there's a huge margin for improvement. And coming back to this idea of the energy sector being in transition, if you think that 75% of greenhouse gas emissions are due to the way we consume and produce energy, these proportions will have to change. There will have to be less emissions of greenhouse gases, more women employed in the energy sector, and hopefully the two can mutually reinforce each other. The question, of course, why to employ more women? Is it just a matter of principles? Well, when we look at this issue, we see that having more gender balance increases your talent pool. Women are increasingly choosing engineer careers, scientific careers, and degrees in university, and it's simply extremely economically inefficient not to involve this part of society more prominently in the energy sector. And in the European Union institutions, we also see it that we have attached a lot of importance to having a balance of nationalities and having different nationalities represented in our workplace. And it is a value. As we say, we are rich by the diversity, and this is also part of another layer of diverse talent pool that we definitely want to bring. We strongly believe in the European Commission, definitely, that the energy transition has to be a just transition. So we have put in place a new policy, a new fund, which is facilitating just transition. And our aim is not to leave anyone behind. We are working with coal regions, also have now a growing cooperation with Ukraine and the coal regions in Ukraine and the Polish coal regions, for example. But in this process of the energy transition and just transition, we have to leave no one behind, but also make sure that everyone is on board. And here again, having more female representation as part of this transition is going to be extremely important. But as you know, actions always speak stronger than words. So also what we try to do in the European Commission is to showcase that this can actually be done at the institutional level. So since last year, we have the most gender balanced college in the history of the European Commission. So the number of female and male commissioners is balanced. Our president is a woman, and we also have the first female commissioner for energy, Mrs. Kadri Simpson. And one of the really big priorities for this commission, which, as I said, started in 2019, is to also be a union of equality. And by this, we mean gender equality, but we also work to address inequalities of LGBTIQ communities. So regardless of sexual orientation, regardless of the ethnic origin, looking also at the situation of Roma people in the European Union, we want to mainstream this principle of equality across all the policy areas in which we are working. And when it comes to the energy sector, and when it comes to any really area of where you introduce new policies, first you have to have really good data to see where are the problems, where can we improve, how can we do it more efficiently, etc. So one of the first things we are doing right now is to collect data on women employment in the energy sector. And we also created a task force on equality throughout the European Commission, which with a representative of each policy area, and they will be working together on addressing on helping gender equality throughout different policy areas. And as I said, the European Green Deals with the new jobs, younger companies, different work cultures is a huge opportunity. And if I was trying to think what are the main sectors in which we could see more opportunities in the energy sector for women. Well, my hope would be that all of the emerging energy sectors like hydrogen, like offshore renewable energy, will see more female employment. So this is definitely something that we want to be supporting. And for your information, in March this year, we have published a gender equality strategy. And we hope that before the end of this calendar year, we can also propose a new legislation on addressing pay and pension gap in the European Union, because still today, women in the EU are paid 16% less than men. And by the time they reach the retirement age, the gap increases to 30%. So that means that also women are more at risk of poverty once they reach the retirement age. So I think we have a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities ahead of us. And I'm very happy to join this panel and also participate in the discussion or questions if this comes later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Олександра. Дякую, пані Олександр, за те, що була.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alexandra, for speaking for 10 minutes sharp. Thank you for sticking to the time allocated in the agenda. And thank you for answering the question about what tools does the EU have to boost involvement of women. And I may tell you that I am from Donetsk, and now you know, this is the coal region, and you actually have been mentioning this, that this is not a place for a woman in the coal mine, though 3 years ago, in 2017, they've abandoned and withdrawn the law, or which did not allow women to occupy certain professions, because previously the coal miner was not the profession for a woman, you know. 3 years ago, we've refused from this practice. So now I don't actually have the statistics how many women work in the coal mines, but I will get the statistics. And plenty of women are working in the mines now. Maybe Miss Yulia will inform us a bit later. She is the representative of DTEC, and she is advisor to CEO on International Affairs. Ms. Alexandra, please stay with us. Maybe we'll have some questions. As I mentioned, Ms. Ima is with us virtually. She doesn't have the presentation though. So let's proceed to the next speaker, and that's Alina Swiderska, head of GR and PD manager in Ukraine, Skatek Sola. An interesting fact would be that Miss Alina refused to go to Verkhovna Rada. She was next. Well, because there was this vacant seat in Verkhovna Rada, and she refused to be part of Verkhovna Rada. She wanted to stay in the renewable energy sector. That's a very interesting example, and there are not that many people who are refusing this interesting proposal to be part of Verkhovna Rada Supreme Council. That's very interesting. So, Ms. Alina, and you know, Lesia Vasilenko is an MP. By the way, but this, well, Alina became only the first MP, who refused, or the first person who refused to become an MP. And we have another representative of Verkhovna Rada here who decided not to go to a more popular committee, but stay at the Environmental Protection Committee. So before giving the floor to you, I would like to ask you the question. Do you agree that barriers for career promotion in energy sector are predetermined by the fact of the glass ceiling, which was already mentioned, meaning biased approach, stereotypical norms, and masculine corporate practices? 10 minutes go to you. Thank you, Alexei, for presenting me. I'm glad to participate in the event and talk to these many men and women working in energy sector. Yes, not just women, but men as well, of course. And answering your question about the glass ceiling, whether there are problems, right, to go higher. I personally did not have these challenges, but maybe that's just because I got lucky with my family, with my husband, who is always supportive of me. And I've never felt any barriers for my personal development. But going this path, and my career started with oil and gas, then I proceeded to green energy sector. I've met a lot of women from other companies or representing other spheres, areas who were afraid. And this was not about how to overcome this glass ceiling because they were even afraid to reach that glass ceiling. And I faced their lack of faith. They did not believe in themselves. They were scared and afraid because there were the situations when, for example, we had some management meetings to make some serious decisions. And women were even afraid to sit at one table with those top managers. They were taking the chairs not at the table, but at the back row, so to say. And I always thought, how come? It was not a proper thing to do. I tried to talk to them and persuade them, urged them to be more proactive. So I got lucky that I had those co-workers, male co-workers who were supporting me, who were helping me to proceed with my career. And in other areas, especially in energy sector, I see a lot of conservative approaches, and this is something I would like to eradicate. You were talking about regulatory changes, so maybe it's also worth changing the attitudes towards this. If we speak about stereotypes in general, who shall be represented in energy sector? Well, there are plenty of these stereotypes in energy as well as in other sectors. For example, sometimes we feel if you're a politician, you have to look in a serious way, you have to wear a jacket, and you have to say something very serious, give some various speeches for people to perceive you seriously. I don't feel that. I don't feel that pressure on myself, And sometimes politicians wear hoodies, but they behave in a friendly way, and you perceive them well. Why not? So the same in energy sector. We had this lengthy period of time when there were more men than women in the energy sector. Appropriately, everybody expects if some important decision is being taken, it shall be a serious man in a jacket with that very low voice. And, we have these misconceptions somehow. And I had that cases when, for example, we had negotiations with potential contractors, and at this public meeting, I was addressed sunny girl or sweetie. And, it was not pleasant at all. And later on, you respond appropriately and you remind them your name, but not a sunny girl, right? So I faced that, but it was actually the attitude of my partners, not the attitude of my employees. And those were partners from oblasts of Ukraine, from the regions. They were not from Kyiv. Maybe in Kyiv we have that a certain level of tolerance. So this was my personal story, why I've decided to stay with business, not to go to big politics. That was the most complicated decision in my life because the political party I had to be part is loved by me. I support it, but I felt that I wanted to develop in business, and that was that very area in which I wanted to see more women, both in politics and in business. So speaking about business, I've been here for 7 years in general, green energy 5 years, and I see there's still a lot of space to develop, especially in Ukraine, while we are in this energy transition stage. And I believe I can make my contribution in the business sphere. And I work at Skatex Solar, as it was mentioned. And, they were saying that engineers usually shall be men, but our leading engineer is a woman. And we have a lot of women in the company in general. This is a Norwegian company, and that's the corporate culture, maybe. And a lot was mentioned. I don't want to reiterate it all. Let us leave some time for fruitful discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Дякую, пані Аліно.
Thank you, Miss Alina. You really saved us 5 minutes for the discussion. I believe it's going to be interesting and fruitful, and I strongly hope we are going to have some questions here. And now let's proceed to the next speaker, Yulia Burmistenko. She is advisor to the CEO of International Affairs, and she's representing the tech company. So when we were saying with Ms. Alexandra about coal regions, I saw your vivid response when we were talking about women in coal mines and managing energy companies. So I believe you're going to tell us some interesting stories, and we'll share some interesting experience. But first, I have a question, whether this quoting influences the efficiency and effectiveness of enterprises. We had the same question in the course of the first panel, but well, we may have some new people with us. So actually, if these quotas have got just the recommendational nature will not be reflected in the legislation, will it have some influence? Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Very interesting question. In the first place, speaking about quotas. Well, I believe in that approach. Let me tell you that this is the general European practice and the best global practice as regards quotas. And there were these studies conducted in the recent 4 or 5 years. Peterson Institute of International Economics had the research, McKinsey Institute, and Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse has conducted the same research in 2015. All these studies, they've proven that there is certain correlation between the number of women in the supervisory councils and effectiveness of the enterprise. The more women, the more effective the enterprise is, the greater the revenue is, and the more dividends are received by the owners. But also, I would like to highlight this small thing, which was mentioned in all these researches. We cannot say what is paramount. What goes first? Number of women leads to higher effectiveness, or the more effective enterprises, they involve more and more women to executive functions. So the correlation is there, that's for sure. And whether that's the recommendation or whether that has a mandatory nature, whether that's a legislative requirement, that's not that important, I believe. We're talking about a trend here. And the trend is the more women are there in managerial bodies, the more effective the enterprises will be. And we can actually require that to be reflected in the legislation. We may demand that, but what I can tell you for sure, if this is a successful enterprise, there will be plenty of women. Speaking about gender balance, this is a very important element of non-financial reporting and accounting. And for us, we've decided we are going to reflect it in our reporting, and that in our strategy, we will define that the sustainable goal 5, that's gender equality, shall be implemented in all the business processes of the company. Why? Because today investors are having a look at our financial reporting and accounting, and if there are no gender-related parameters, if we are not paying attention to this, investors are not going to take some positive decisions as regards of loans or credits to the companies. So my key message here would be that we can demand it within the level of the legislation or not, but more or less effective companies will understand it on their own and it will implement it on their own and will be setting the successful role models for others. Now, speaking about the key topic of today's panel, whether there are plenty of women in energy industry and whether it's prospective for the coming generations, especially for women. Well, some figures were mentioned for Europe, for Ukraine. 27% of women are 27% of our employees are women in our company. And speaking about Yasna company, energy transmission and supply company, they have to 55% of women. That's a very high share. But actually, it's difficult for women to build up their career. And my colleagues here were already highlighting that. But today I'm going to tell you about best practices and good examples. For example, Tarnowska Co, 15% of women in general. Ladzyńska, his station, 28% of women. Zaporizhia heat energy station. 40% of women are represented at the managerial level. So what I would like to tell you here, if women come to this profession, if they have some successful mentors, maybe. So if they come and start working in this sector, they usually become a success. They are successfully developing their career. So what would be the barriers then? In our country, the legislation sets the equality of men and women, equal opportunities of men and women. So the problem is not with the legislation, I believe. In real life, we are held back by the stereotypes which are there. And the stereotypes are usually in our heads. And it was mentioned today plenty of times that the stereotype that a woman cannot combine career and personal life, especially bringing up kids, training of kids, etc. And let me give you two examples. Engie, a French energy company. Well, Cher is the head of that company. She's got 5 children. And the most vivid example would be President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. She's got 7 children. She's a very successful woman who manages to combine it all and who sets the role model. Everything's possible. You just have to fight the stereotypes you've got in your head, and then everything's possible. And the key message, well, maybe the key question would be whether energy sector is attractive for women. Let me tell you the truth. Energy is a very attractive sector for women in Ukraine, and it's very prospective. It has the future. Speaking about some sub-branches, I may tell you that renewable energy sources would be very attractive. We are just starting this story. Ukraine is going to get decarbonized, and DTEC has announced that in our strategy, we are going to decarbonize our business up to 2040. We are supporting that movement, and we don't see any other way in what way to do decarbonization of the economy without the development of renewable energy sources. I believe renewables is a future, and it will give a lot of jobs to women. And this is a very technological area. Maybe not that many jobs will be created, but there is another one, and that's networks. So 33% of the employees within the framework of networks are women. And without the development of networks, it's not possible to develop the renewable energy. Our energy system used to be built on big generation facilities like 200 megawatts, but now we have more than 500 generating units up to 1 megawatt, and they all shall get included into the network, connected to the network. And let me cite World Energy Outlook report, where they are mentioning that in the world we have to build 16 million kilometers of new networks. And actually, this is even less than we thought. In order to ensure energy transition to green energy. So I believe that women who will select this very industry, they will have very interesting jobs, very interesting work. Then energy efficiency. In Ukraine, we have this great trouble with energy efficiency. Let's be frank, we all know it. And Ima would have told you, but she could not, unfortunately. And speaking about the industrial energy efficiency, nothing was yet done there in that regard. So this is the huge potential for women who would like to work in energy sector. Also, I believe that energy supply companies may welcome women, and women can find their places there, as well as innovative IT and digital professions will be very popular and will be attractive for women. So I actually urge girls and women to join our energy club, and we will help you. We will become your mentors. We will set a good example. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Yulia, for telling us your story and the story of DTEC company, which is paying attention to the gender aspect. But you've promised to say something about coal miners, because your response was that vivid. I cannot let you go without this comment. What do you think about that? Well, I kind of tried to mention it that our company is going to get decarbonized till 2040. So this is going to be a complicated problem. And I could give you some figures. Well, a sufficient number of women are employed in coal mining, but we're talking about new technologies. Let's not emphasize coal sector. Well, we have Miss Alexandra and you're both related to these coal mining regions. And if a male coal miner loses his job, then his wife will suffer a lot, right? Because we have to be talking about coal miners' families. And this just transition is about no one is left behind. And it's about those coal miners' families who may be left behind and who will leave these difficult times. Yes, we've joined the process of just transition since the very beginning. Mr. Alexandra Tomchik, I know her personally. She was with us since the very beginning. And we believe this is a very serious motto. No one shall be left behind where they close the mines. We have to develop, and we're doing that, the territories development programs in order to understand what are the opportunities of alternative employment are there, and maybe a retraining of coal miners. And I believe we can also have a look at their wives, because wives are not working because a coal miner has got quite a proper salary. If tomorrow he doesn't bring that money home, maybe it may happen so that retraining of their wives would be a more prospective deal, or even their adolescent children. So that's a very comprehensive problem, and we shall be thinking about it already today. Thank you, Miss Yulia. And we have a last speaker in this panel, Olesia Nehoroshko, Head of National EITI Secretariat in Ukraine. And we were mentioning the non-financial reporting gender balance initiative of the transparency. So it's about the same aspects we've already touched upon. and you were cooperating with Miss Lesia, right? In the ministry, I was responsible for renewables, and that's great that Miss Olesia is continuing with this. So, an important question related to extraction industries. So, we have this corona crisis right now, right? Can you tell us whether the gender parity is that important in energy sector, including in terms of overcoming social and economic consequences of coronavirus? So please, you've got your 10
Добрий
minutes.
день, шановні колеги.
Hello,
Мене
dear colleagues.
чути, видно?
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Все добре,
Yes,
да?
everything's fine.
Перш за все,
In
дякую
the first place,
організаторам
thank you,
конференції
the
за можливість
organizers of the
виступити.
conference,
Олексію,
for
дякую за
an opportunity to
представлення.
take the floor. Alexi, thank you for this kind
Я
introduction.
є головою Національного секретаріату
I'm the head
ініціативи
of the National
прозорості видобувних
Secretariat of
галузей в
Extractive
Україні.
Industry
І
Transparency
я б на
Initiative,
початку хотіла трошки розказати про
in
сам цей
Ukraine.
проект,
And to start with, I would
так
like to
як
tell you about
доволі широка аудиторія
EITI a
зараз,
little
але
bit because
Олексій
we
про це
have quite
дуже
an
добре
extensive
знає, але це,
audience.
Олексію, не для тебе, а
And
для
Alexi,
всіх
you know a
інших.
lot about what
І
I'm going to
саме
mention
так
now, but this
вже
is not for
в мою
you, this is for
доповідь
others. And
закладена
yes,
відповідь на твоє питання, тому я
actually,
буду
there is an
по ходу
answer to your question in my
відповідати.
presentation, so I'm going to answer
Отже,
it
ініціатива прозорості видобувних
gradually.
галузей, ви
So, Extractive
можливо
Industries
чули як
Transparency
скорочення ІПВГ,
Initiative,
або
maybe you've
англійською
heard it,
Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative,
EITI.
або EITI. Це незалежний і
This
добровільний
is
міжнародний
an
стандарт
independent
забезпечення
international
прозорості, який
standards
імплементує вже
to
55
ensure
країн світу,
transparency, which is being
включає такі
implemented
країни, як Норвегія,
by a lot of countries
Великобританія,
of the world, including
Німеччина,
Great Britain,
Казахстан та
Germany,
інші
Norway,
країни
Kazakhstan,
багаті
and
на
other
природні
countries
ресурси.
which
У
are
жовтні
rich with natural
2013 року
resources.
Україна
In
отримала
October
статус
2013,
країни-кандидата
Ukraine
і
got a
ініціативи
status of a
прозорості видобувних
candidate
галузей.
country
Метою
of
впровадження ІПВГ в Україні є
EITI,
підвищення рівня
and the
прозорості
goal of
управління природними
implementing
ресурсами і
EITI
розкриття
would be
інформації
boosting the
про рівень
transparency
державних
of
доходів від
managing the
видобувного
natural
сектору.
resources as well as
Але
transparency of the
ініціатива
proceeds
прозорості
from
видобувних галузей
this.
теж
But
приділяє,
EITI is
точніше, з
also
2019
paying
року
attention. And by
стала
the way, starting
приділяти
from 2019, it
увагу
started
гендеру.
paying great attention
Про
to
це я розкажу
gender.
далі.
And
І
I'm
теж
going to cover
поділюся
that later
інформацією
on, and
щодо
I will
деяких
share
досліджень з
information
гендерних
as regards
питань, які
results
вже
of some
були
studies on
проведені в рамках
gender
ініціативи
issues,
прозорості
which were
видобувних галузей,
conducted
але
within the
звертаю
framework
вашу
of
увагу, що ці
EITI.
цифри
But let
базуються
me draw
не
your
лише
attention
на
to the fact
Україні,
that these
а
figures are
на
based not
країнах,
just
що
on results
імплементують
in
ініціативу
Ukraine,
прозорості.
but
Це 55
on the
країн.
results of all the 55 countries implementing EITI. Miss Lesia, are you in Ukrainian channel right now? I believe so. Thank you so much, because we have to understand we have some problems with interpretation. We are trying to solve them right now. Do I continue? Yes, you can continue. We are solving this problem.
Отже, щоб ресурси добувної промисловості приносили користь усім громадянам, як жінкам, так і як жінки, так і чоловіки повинні бути залучені в управління сектором і мати рівний доступ до можливостей працевлаштування. Проте наразі представляють видобувну галузь непропорційно, тобто в управлінні і контролі видобувних галузей більшою мірою представлені чоловіки, а також деякі політики видобувних компаній, що враховують гендерні аспекти, є доволі рідкісним явищем наразі. Крім того, жінки і дівчата несуть непропорційно велику частку негативних соціальних, економічних та екологічних наслідків видобувного сектору. Аналіз, проведений Інститутом управління природних ресурсів NRGI, показує, що жінки в країнах, що залежать від мінеральних ресурсів, часто стикаються з великою нерівністю в плані добробуту і прав, ніж жінки в країнах, що не залежать від природних ресурсів. Також пандемія COVID-19 може погіршити гендерну нерівність в галузі, оскільки обмеження на пересування і скорочення зайнятість торкнеться більшою мірою жінок, які в
because
більшості своїй
the
займають
mobility
низькооплачувані робочі місця.
is going to be affected, and
Я
mostly
ще раз
this will
повторюсь,
affect
що
the
це
women
результати
who
дослідження
take
не
low-paid
лише які
jobs.
базуються
And
на
these are the
Україні, про
results
всяк
of the
випадок.
surveys which have
З
been made
метою
not only in Ukraine,
підтримання
but in other
прийняття
countries of
рішень
the world
в
as well.
секторі з урахування
To take
гендерних
the decisions in
факторів,
this sector, taking
правління
into account
EHI
the
ввело
gender
нові
factors,
вимоги до
the
гендерної звітності в
governance
стандарті
initiative
2019
have
року,
introduced
що стосується
new
як
gender
представництва в
aspects in this standard
багатосторонній
for
групі
2019,
зацікавлених осіб,
so
так і
that they
публікації
will publish
даних
the
про
data
зайнятість у
about the
видобувних
employment
компаніях.
in the extractive
А,
companies.
Отже, я поясню трошки, що багатостороння група зацікавлених осіб в ініціативі прозорості – це орган, який є представлений на паритетних засадах з представників уряду, громадськості та бізнесу, і фактично всі важливі рішення, ініціативи в країні має затвердити цей орган. Тобто стандарт EHI оновлений вимагає, щоб ця група була гендерно збалансована.
I would like to apologize for interrupting you, but please check what is your channel. Are you in the Ukrainian channel or in the English channel? Please disconnect the translation. On the bottom of the screen, there should be a button. So please turn off the translation because you are in the English channel now, and that's why there is interference. And what about now? What about now?
В мене от англійський виключений стоїть.
Well, I have disconnected English channel. Disconnect the translation. Disconnect translation, or just go over to the Ukrainian. Go over to the Ukrainian channel. Go over to Ukrainian channel, please. Choose between the two channels. Choose the Ukrainian.
Я бачу канал Де Глобус, в мене стоїть англійський.
А ви можете обрати іншу мову?
Ні.
Use a different language. Choose a different language. Maybe you're not updated to Zoom version, so could you disconnect translation? Disconnect, turn off the translation. Turn off. My translation is disconnected. Okay. So now I suggest that maybe you continue the way it works out now. Let us continue the way it is. You can complete your speech, and then we will try to connect with you in the chat. Most probably this is not updated version of the Zoom which you're using, so please continue. Okay. So I was explaining about the multilateral group of the stakeholders, and the standard requires gender balance. And these surveys which have been carried out using the countries which are implementing the initiatives, they demonstrate that at present the multilateral group includes 20% of women and 80% of men. So it's not gender balanced. And the heads of these multilateral groups of stakeholders are represented only by 12% of women. Usually these are the heads, the members of this group are ministers, deputy ministers who hold very high positions. The standard also requires the publication about the data on employment broken down by the companies, the gender, and the level of positions. I also would like to mention that we are preparing two reports for 2018 and 2019 to this initiative. And we have included the indicators for the companies, and we have included gender aspects into these indicators. And these two reports are going to be published. So actually, the information of the all extractive sector of Ukraine will be available as far as the employment and the extractive companies are concerned, the employment of men and women. Disaggregated statistics is going to be provided. Thanks to these two requirements, this of the initiative. The countries which are rich in natural resources take certain steps to improve the gender policies, they are trying to take more inclusive decisions. But definitely, this is a long road to success, and this will require some work which has to be done by women, and also certain political decisions are to be taken appropriately so that this gender balance will be reached. And this is a problem not only in Ukraine, but in other countries which are rich in natural resources. Thank you very much. Lisa, these are the technical instructions of how to address this problem.
Можливо, це справа версії Zoom, що ви змогли добути на нашій дискусії повноцінно.
Але я вас чую, в мене все нормально.
Ми вас не чуємо. От, якісно. Тому моє просто прохання.
Technical issues.
Якраз ті слова з вами, перейде до дискусії, а ви за цей час можете вийти з Zoom і оновити до останньої версії. Дуже вам будемо вдячні.
Так, дякую за допомогу.
Thank you for your assistance in the technical aspects. We live under the epidemics, and everybody is so much used to communicate with the help of Webex, Zoom, and all other software. And there is now even the business home dress code when people are wearing sort of slippers and pajamas, but wearing the suits only, just to provide some appropriate dress code, at least to the upper part of the body. So now there is a question to Oksana Aliva, or just a comment, and after this is being provided, we will continue our discussion because we have a couple of questions in the chat, and I have a couple of questions to each of the speakers. Alexei, thank you very much. It's a comment, rather, to the idea which was put on the table. And well, we have to make certain conclusions, our own conclusions. When we were talking about the tools that we can provide so that the new sectors which are being created, the development of the networks, storage, management, smart grids, and managing the demand, all these sectors have to be developed on the basis of the gender equality. And one of the good instruments are the investment, the conditions for investment. And the conditions for investment in the energy sector is to abide by the environmental requirements, low rates of the emissions. So maybe we have also to include the gender equality principles in the requirements for the investments. And this will automatically make new startups, new enterprises which are being created in the sector to abide by the principles of the gender equality. Alexei was also putting a question to Julia about the mines and women, but let us go back into history. The law which actually disallowed women to work in underground was passed like 3 years ago, but I'm not talking about the retraining of women, but the system has certain inertia. We cannot expect that when one managerial decision or a law is being passed, that immediately in 2 or 3 years period, we will see the results thereof. Well, no, it is not possible. The system needs more time to transform the old system. So we have to, first of all, pay attention to the conditions on creating the new jobs in the green sector, so that the initial conditions will be good enough so that we should not transform them later. And we had a question from Natalia Kosik. And this is a comment and a question. And all these transitions are going to be carried out long term. And there is a question of training the specialists. Yeah, the specialists are not being trained at schools, and quite often the girls are being told, why should you take all this education anyway? You're going to get married, get children, and well, actually women get absolutely incorrect incentives. And we were also talking about the inertia of the system, and it takes time to implement the new decisions and get the results of those. And there is another question, and I would like to put this question to Alexander. And then maybe somebody on Ukrainian, from the Ukrainian group of speakers will be able to answer this question. Laura Hug is saying that there are the examples of successful women and who 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 actually are successful in their professions and have a success in their families, but their partners support them and they have an opportunity to hire help, which might resolve the household issues and take care of their children. But there are a lot of women and their families who do not have such opportunities, and they do not have the resources to do that, even if both partners are working. That's why we have to change the stereotypes in terms of equality. And Laura also mentions that we have to look carefully about distribution of duties in the about the household issues, distribution between men and women, so that each of the partners will be able to actualize their career potential. So I would like to ask Mr. Chuck to comment this issue from the point of view of Europeans, and maybe one of our colleagues, maybe Alina Sviderska, will be able to comment it. Alexander, are you with us?
Yes, I am, and I hope that I am on the right channel for the interpretation.
Yes, you're on the right channel.
Good. Yeah, I think this comment is really hitting the spot on the fact that actually we have a number of different equalities to fight for: social equality, gender equality, equalities between minorities, good integration of minorities, and we're now zooming in on the specific challenge of gender equality. But of course, according to the social and economic circumstances, the challenge could be even more exacerbated. So the higher your income, perhaps the easier you can cope with some of these inequalities that are out there and are based on, as we said, stereotypes, which have to be which we have to fight against. And I think it was when I was preparing for this meeting and when I read how also the stereotypes are even present in the European Union, where we have been discussing women empowerment for such a long time. I think it just shows you that this is a very long process, and we're very far from getting to where we should be. Nevertheless, I think it's important to have women in leadership positions visible. Speaking also from my own experience, I think it is can be very inspiring to see that you can have a female prime minister, you can have a woman leading a major international organization. So I wouldn't underestimate also the power of symbols and the power of communication, and that is why having also women visible in leadership positions, I think, can be very inspiring for young girls. But definitely all sorts of inequalities to fight against and to address. And the Executive Vice President Franz Timmermans definitely sees the Green Deal also as an opportunity to be stronger on the social agenda, because this Green Deal transition will have to be socially fair, or it is very likely that we will not succeed. So we are here looking at gender equality, but we should really be also looking at all sorts of issues to do with social fairness. And that is why it's such an interesting, I think the energy sector really brings all of these different transitions together, and it's very interesting to talk about all of them at the same time.
Дякую за запитання. Тобто,
Thank you very much for the question. It is very important so that the success stories of women would be told, and the partners have to be supporting each other in terms of making the successful career. And if we are, and we had a prime minister woman in Ukraine. And this week, a very interesting event took place. And thanks, well, due to coronavirus or due to what, no, we don't know, but for the first time in the Ukrainian history, the acting speaker of the parliament, and this is the second important position in Ukrainian constitution, Olena Kondratyuk, at least for one day, but still she became the speaker of the parliament, and it happened on her birthday. And she was working on the gender equality for 4 convocations of the parliament. She was promoting the gender quotas, and thus fate actually decided for her. And she started to work as a speaker for the first time in the history of this country. Maybe someday Ukraine will elect a woman female president as well. It's a very important issue. And Ms. Salina, please comment the question which was asked by Ms. Laura Hug, the support of the family, financial opportunities of the family. And I would like to add a couple of words. We were talking about the stereotypes about the women's role, but there is another problem, that the stereotype as far as the man is concerned, that the man has to be strong, make a living, and this is a pressure on the men that they have to make all the living, and the woman has to be sitting at home. And if a woman makes more money or works on a more important position than a man, it becomes a problem in a lot of families. We have to talk about this as well. It will be just a normal situation when the man can support the family, mm, take care of children. In Europe, in Norway, well, we see the following situation. When we are writing a letter, our colleague would write, sorry, I'm on paternal leave, but in Ukraine, it sounds absolutely impossible. And maybe we have to discuss the stereotypes about men. So if men have an opportunity to self-actualize themselves in the family life, they have to have a chance to do it, and this will be a great support in the professional development of women. Now, well, I'm the only man here, but I had cases in my family when my wife was earning more than me. And I remember how I was going on sick leaves with my daughter while my wife was making money. It was a great experience, and this is what we have to promote and what we have to discuss. We have 12 minutes before the beginning of the next discussion. We have 5 speakers. That's why I would like to ask a couple of blitz questions. Well, my daughter is 10 years old and my son is 5 years old. And we are working together with you in the green industry, which is related with taking care about the future generations. And I'm absolutely confident that both me and I and those who are listening to us will have children. And they are going to ask us questions, or maybe they already ask questions of what we have done personally for our children, our grandchildren to live under better conditions, or at least would have the opportunities which will be equal or not worse than we have. And yeah, well, our planet faces a lot of challenges in terms of climate change and depleting the resources of the planet. So these questions are very relevant. So our colleagues who are sitting here will be able to tell their children they've done a lot and they have an answer to their children. But those who are listening to us maybe have to talk not only about their professional experience, but also personal experience. So could you give all of us your environmentally relevant advice maybe tell about your experience sorting the garbage, the solid waste at home, or maybe some new approaches to consumption or things like that, things which will improve the situation in our planet. Let us start from Oksana. 1 minute. What is your green habit which you have acquired which will improve this world? 1 minute. There are a lot of things I've done in my life, but I would like to give you one advice. My husband and mine, and he was present at this conference through the Zoom. We have 3 children. 2 of them are adults, and the youngest is a small child, but 2 boys and a girl. And the best thing we can do is to educate and nurture our boys as feminists. And this is the best thing we can do for our society. And this will resolve a lot of issues in our society, stereotypes, equal partnership. So my advice is to educate your children. And our son has entered the technical university to the renewable energy department. And unfortunately, there are no girls in his group. So there is a lot of things we have to work on. Alexander, what is your environmentally sensible advice? What can you advise us to do to improve this planet and this world for our children and the generations to come?
I wasn't sure whether I understood the question, whether the advice should be green or about gender equality.
It's an environmentally friendly advice that will make the world
Такий екологічна порада, яка зробить цей світ кращим для наших дітей і для наступних поколінь. Тому що ми зараз говоримо про зелені робочі місця, про зелену угоду, про зелене відновлення. Ваш особистий досвід, ваша особиста порада, як покращити цей світ в плані екології?
There was a switching of channels between Ukrainian and English, but I think I understood. Since I'm Polish, I can understand a little bit also in Ukrainian. Well, I think these lockdowns in the Corona times have been a very useful opportunity to change your daily habits, because you have so much more time on your hands. And one of the things that I started doing during this second lockdown now is to prepare a vegetable garden. So to get educated how to start a vegetable garden next year, just because I really believe that if you connect yourself with the natural ways of producing also your own food, you have a better appreciation of how to feed the soil and also how important nutritious diets are. And this is part of it's maybe not about greenhouse gas reduction, but it's the environmentally friendly approaches are also part of the Green Deal. So we are also looking very much at sustainable farming, sustainable diets, and healthy diets. So yes, I could only encourage people listening in to get interested in vegetable gardening, because it's a very interesting activity that connects you to the basic things in life.
Dziękuję bardzo. Pani Alino.
Thank you very much, Miss Alina. Oh, yes. Maybe for me, understanding of the responsible attitude to the resources is very important. And I want to teach other people to do that. All the resources are depletable. The water, even the air, because we are now buying potable water, but I will be not surprised that in 5 or 10 years from now, we are going to buy the clean air to breathe. So we have to understand that everything we are doing now is going to have an impact on the future, on our future. So I have a habit, maybe my family is not happy about but I always remind them to turn off the light, turn off the tap of water, don't buy plastic packaging, because I understand that it should be recycled and we will have to resolve all these issues. So this is my understanding of the resources are depletable. So we have to save our resources and have a very, very sensible attitude to them. What is your advice, environmental advice, Julia, to improve our world? And I would like to tell three things. First of all, yes, I sort my waste, and I believe that this is very important. I live in a home and I compost the organic waste. And I would like to encourage everyone to do that. And I took my own decision to install the solar batteries and solar panels in the system of conservation of energy. And I hope that next year I will be able to tell you about the results of this project, my personal project in my private home. And the third and the most important one is on the 11th of December last year, European Commission has taken a very important decision that is the Green Deal strategy. And this morning I was telling my son about the gender issues, about the Green Deal. He is 14 years old and he asked me, what is the Green Deal? And I told him, this is a new strategy, new philosophy of the European Commission, how to create new economy, which will be environmentally clean, is not going to destroy the planet, and they will the new strategy of economic development will be developed. And I am very proud. I told him that on the 2nd January this year, I was I could persuade my management that the Green Deal is very important, and it will be a topic in Davos at the at the annual economic forum. And Alexei knows about it. He was there, and this is my very important personal contribution to persuade my management, the management of my company, to support the Green Deal. And this is the movement which will be very, crucial for Ukraine. If we join the Green Deal, we have a chance to become a successful country on our continent. Alessia, your final comment. What is your habit you can share with us, and what is the advice you can give us to make this world better? Alexei, I recalled a quote which I have heard, and this is very topical at present, and this relates to your question, and that's the following quote: in ecology is what we have got as a heritage from our parents, and this is a debt to pay to our children. I'm not going to tell you what I do to actually adhere to these ideas, because the previous speakers gave a number of very good advice to at least maintain the status of our environment the way we have now, and so that it would not be deteriorated. But I would like to say a few words about the gender, to make the society more emotionally clean in terms of gender stereotypes. And we have educate both boys and girls to be able to leave the Soviet stereotypes behind. Thank you, Alyssa. And I would like to thank all our esteemed speakers for a great discussion. And there were a lot of questions in the chat. And I think that maybe discussion was very successful to all of us. And as we have seen, we do have the leaders of green changes because they have professional accomplishments, but new world, new environmental reality in the energy sector tells us that we not only have to have some professional, qualities, but also to be environmentally sensitive, so that we transfer these values into our families, into also to engage our colleagues into this attitude and work. And now I would like to give the floor to the next panel, which is going to be dedicated to education, which we also touched upon. And also the question of education is very important today. By the way, 1 hour ago, I was present at another discussion. I opened the panel discussion on the Green Deal in science and innovation. And there were about 200 participants. And among them, there were a lot of women who are working in the educational sector and in the science sector. And as I understood, and so from the screen and the message from the participant of this chat, she writes that today, we are marking the International Men's Day. So I would like to congratulate all of us to this on this day. And maybe this is an interesting addition to our discussion. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to moderate this excellent panel.
Thank you so much for this great moderation. And we have a round of applause. Maybe you don't hear that, but we still have some people in the room. Now I propose to have a 5 minutes break for us to prepare actually the scene for the next panel. We are going to disinfect this very hall, and we are going to be back in 5 minutes to talk about new education. Looking forward to see you in 5 minutes.
Рада всіх вітати ще раз.
My greatest pleasure to greet you again. I hear myself in the headset. I'll take it off. And we have the last panel discussion for today. It's going to pertain new education for new generation. And we are going to discuss a lot of issues today about the new educational needs of girls and boys and in what way they can make the first step to innovations in energy sector. We are going to talk a lot about mentorship, and we are going to talk about promoting innovations. I don't want to take up too much time because we have a lot of very interesting speakers today. And I would like to give the floor to a moderator of this panel, Svetlana Holikova, BECO board member, ESP Project USAID. The floor is yours. Hello, esteemed colleagues. This is my greatest pleasure. This is the last but not least, as you've correctly mentioned, panel. We have great speakers today. And in general, I'd like to mention, well, you've heard maybe repeatedly this word STEAM, meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This is STEAM. And that's that very area, that very direction in which they do a lot to develop these four areas and in which majority of everybody present here is working. Unfortunately, not everyone is here offline, they're online, but still greetings to all of you. And I would like to mention that these very areas we are talking about here, these are those areas which are rapidly developing, and they are very prospective for the future professions. They're very promising, though among STEAM, women take up less than 25%, and our goal would be to change that. And today we are going to talk in what way we shall change the attitude of women to this important scientific areas which allow develop professionally and which allow develop innovations, develop society, and enable further innovations in energy and how to actually proceed with our lives. And I would like to give the floor to Marina Saprikina, Director of Center for Corporate Social Responsibility Development in Ukraine. Greetings to you, Miss Marina. And I've learned that today your center is actually celebrating the National Day of Girls in Technology. Was it your initiative? Have you founded that initiative? Please mention a few words about it. How come? Why? And what does it give to our girls? You're
Дуже
welcome.
вам дякую всім.
Thank you so
Привіт.
much. Hello,
Надзвичайно вдячна за
everyone.
запрошення.
I'm very
І
grateful
так,
for this
сьогодні, як ви
invitation.
бачите,
And
дуже
yes,
багато свят.
as you may see,
Так
there are a
співпало, що
lot of
сьогодні Міжнародний день
celebrations today.
чоловіків.
Today is the International Day
Тим
of
не
Men.
менше, також
Nevertheless,
сьогодні і...
also today, Miss Mariana, I beg your pardon, Miss Mariana. I would like to ask you whether you are using Ukrainian channel now.
Я все чую, добре.
I can hear everything properly. Well, because they can hear you at the English channel somehow.
Що я маю
And
зробити?
what shall I do? Can you go to the Ukrainian channel? Can you select interpretation? And there are two channels. Please select the Ukrainian one. Or switch off the interpretation. I switched it off. I had it switched off. Okay, let's try once again because we can hear you. Maybe this is some technical problems. Please proceed. Once again, sorry for interrupting you. It's important for everyone to hear you well.
Абсолютно. Скажіть, що
Yes, right,
потрібно
yeah.
зроблю.
Tell me what I
Сьогодні
need
три
to do and
свята.
I'll
Міжнародний
do
день
that.
чоловіків.
So
І,
these
до
are three
речі, мета
holidays
цього
today.
свята, я
International Day
почитала,
of
це
Man.
гендерна
And
рівність,
the
дотримання
goal
гендерної
of
рівності.
this holiday would be
По-друге, сьогодні
sticking to
Міжнародний
gender
день
equality.
жіночого
This is the
підприємництва.
International Day
І
of
це міжнародний,
women
і ми
entrepreneurship.
також
And also
встановили національний
we've
день
set the National Day
дівчат в технологіях.
of
І
girls
сьогодні
in
це
technologies.
третій третій рік ми
And this is
святкуємо
the
спільно
third
з
year
фондом
in a
ООН в галузі
row
народного
when
населення.
we are
В цьому році
celebrating
за
together
підтримки
with
посольства
UN
Швеції і з
Population
партнером
Fund
Міністерства цифрової
and with our
трансформації.
partner, Ministry
І
of
я хочу
Digital
сказати, що сьогодні
Transformation.
20
And I'd like to
компаній, в
mention
тому
that
числі
20
енергетичні компанії,
companies today,
відкривають
including
свої
energy
двері
companies, are
віртуально
opening
для
their
дівчат.
doors
Я
virtually
щойно
for girls.
приєдналась до вас після
And
зустрічі з
I've joined
Прикарпаття
you after the
Обленерго. Вони
meeting with
зняли
Prikapatia
чудовий
Obelenерgo,
ролик про те, як
and they've
працюється
shot a
жінкам
very
в
interesting video
їх
in what way
компанії.
women
І мені здається,
feeling
що
themselves working in their companies,
таких роликів
and
має бути
wow,
більше.
that video is very powerful. I believe
І
there
саме
might
для
be
цього
more
ми
such
робимо День
videos,
дівчат в
and for
технологіях.
that
Минулого
purpose
року
we
1000
are
дівчат прийшли в
establishing the
офіс
Girls' Day in Technologies.
і компанії,
And
і так сталося, що
actually,
вони
a lot of girls
дуже
joined
класно
offices of
це
plenty of
вплинуло на них.
companies, and it
Вони
influenced
зрозуміли,
them
що
in a
немає
way. They
жіночих та
understood
чоловічих
there are no
спеціальностей.
male and
Також хочу
female
сказати, що
professions.
саме для цього ми зробили цей день, щоб
And that
знайомились з
was the
компаніями,
purpose
і
to
по-друге, щоб
do
вони
that.
надихались, дівчата надихались рольовими моделями,
I
тими
wanted
жінками, які
them to be
працюють в цих
inspired
компаніях.
by other
Я
women
би
who are
хотіла
working in
ще
those
сказати важливу
companies.
річ. Ми сьогодні з
And
проектом
another
енергетичної
important
безпеки робимо
thing,
проект, який
together with the
називається
project of
«Дівчата в
energy
технологіях».
security, we are
І
implementing the
коли
project
ми
Girls in
поговорили
Technologies.
з
And when we've
компаніями,
talked to
що ми маємо
companies,
зробити,
what shall be done?
то я вам
Then I beg your pardon again. We cannot proceed like this because I'm listening to English channel and we can hear both interpreter and you in the English channel. Can you please select Ukrainian channel? Do you have that option?
немає опції. Давайте тоді
No, I don't
нехай
have
хтось інший
any
скаже, я
option like that. Yes, maybe English speaking participants don't feel comfortable. Maybe a technical support will contact you and they will offer you updating your Zoom version as we did with the previous speaker. And then as soon as you come back and you have the option of Ukrainian channel, we'll give you the floor once again. I beg your pardon, but I really would like all the participants to hear you and to listen to you. Can you hear me? Yes, yes. See, as soon as we proceed to talk about technologies, something happened with those technologies, but it happens, it's life. So it may happen sometimes. I beg your pardon for that. Well, then I would like to give the floor to Michelle Brannigan. Ms. Michelle is Chief Executive Officer of Electricity Human Resources Canada. Well, obviously, she's representing Canada.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Дякуємо.
Good afternoon. It's morning in Canada, so good afternoon in Ukraine.
It's practically evening in Ukraine. That's fine. Пані Мішель, кілька слів про ваш...
So, Ms. Michelle, a few words about your organization and why are you dealing with this gender diversity issue? Why is it important for you? And in what way it can be, I don't know, in what way your skills can be borrowed somehow by other countries and in what way can we implement it in our country? And what pieces of advice would you give to young girls who would like to be dealing with science, what to start with? And I'm going to tell you that you have 5-7 minutes because we have a lot of people eager to speak. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody. I'm delighted to be here today. So a little bit about Electricity Human Resources Canada. Our organization supports the workforce needs of the Canadian electricity sector. And that means a workforce that is highly skilled, safety focused, productive, and diverse. And it's that last word that still brings the most challenges to us. We know from our latest labor market data that while women represent 48% of workers across all industries in Canada, only 26% of workers in the sector are actually women. And that's actually, it's actually even worse in the trades. It's under 7% of women working in the trades right now. In some occupations, the number is as low as 2 or 3%. On the engineering side, it's a little bit better. We've moved from 18 to 21% over the last decade. So a little bit of momentum forward, but it's very, very slow. We've spoken to a lot of women working in the industry about the challenges and the barriers to both recruitment and retention, because there's two issues here. First of all, we need to get women and young girls interested in working in STEM and working in the industry. And then we also have to make sure that we keep them, that when they come in, that the employers have a culture within their organization that supports them in the organization. So we've spoken to a lot of young women and young girls, even still in high school. There was a lot of common themes that we heard. There's a general lack of awareness and misperception about the energy industry, about the electricity industry, and the trades occupations, the STEM occupations. In particular, women explain that it can be difficult to obtain an understanding of the job when they don't know anybody who is actually doing it. Many of the occupations within the electricity sector are performed behind the scenes. So, you know, when you think of a carpenter, you can picture what a worker does, what a carpenter does. But if you talk to a young person about an electrical engineering technologist, the typical person will draw a blank. They don't know what that job is. So it's very challenging for young girls to develop an interest or a curiosity for careers that she doesn't know about. And the research that we've done shows that most women who do enter the sector do so as a result of having a family member or a friend or a neighbor working there. So they have some exposure that way. And we know that women and girls need to see female role models in the workplace over and over again. They need to receive the message that women can work and be successful in engineering, in technology, in trades careers. So the women we've spoken to have told us that additional career awareness would really help to challenge the misconceptions and the stereotypes that are out there. A lot of people still think of occupations and trades as being men's work. So there's still a lot of assumptions that many of the jobs are, you know, they're physically demanding, they're noisy, and they're dirty. The reality of that is that many electricity jobs are hands-on and they do involve working outdoors, but that's why many people choose those jobs in the beginning. That's not something that just men want to do. There's a real lack of awareness of the depth of careers that actually do exist in this sector. We also heard, for example, that it's very important that there's this additional support required at all levels of a young woman's career path, beginning right in primary school and right through mid-career and beyond. And that especially includes mentoring. I know mentoring has been a part of the discussion today. Another thing that we have seen is that educators, huge influencers in a young person's life, of course, as well as parents. If the teacher does not believe that a young girl should go into engineering or a trade, that can have a long-term impact on that child's belief system. I know of one young 16-year-old who was told by her teacher, for example, that she was too smart to be an electrician. She really wanted to be an electrician. And her teacher said, no, you need to go to university. You shouldn't be looking at going into the trades. We need to break that mindset. I know of a professor who, when he learned that the only female student in the electrical engineering class was out sick, told his class of 23 male students that she shouldn't really be there anyway. I'd love to say that these were years and years and years ago. They weren't. These are stories from the last 2 years. And I think we really need to educate both girls and young boys from an early age that there's no such thing as a girl's job or a boy's job. It's okay for a boy to be a nurse. It's okay for that boy when he grows up to take paternity leave. And it's okay for a girl to be a nuclear engineer or go back to work after having children. There's still, unfortunately, a theme in society that it programs young men to believe that there's nothing more embarrassing than being bested by a girl. And there are still educators and parents who propagate that sentiment, not always consciously. There's a lot of unconscious bias. We all have it. But I think there's a lot of opportunity, and we're really passionate about this. We really need to have an energy industry that represents the users, the real world, and the new generation, the next generation, the millennials, the Gen Z. We know that they are very value driven, that they care deeply about a meaningful commitment to diversity, minimizing environmental impact, corporate social responsibility. And so they need to understand how their work contributes to an organization when they go to get for employment. They need to understand how that organization contributes to society. And I think that jobs in electricity, in renewables, that brings that to the table, whether that is on generation, research on energy storage, energy efficiency, or creating green buildings. The opportunities to make a difference are immense. And we know that's what a lot of young women want to do. They want to have a job and a career where they feel like they have an impact. So that's what we need to tell the young girls in school right now. We need to tell them the story of electricity, of the energy industry, and ensure that they know of all the career opportunities that exist out there. And it's a real need for us to work not just with employers, but also with the educational institution. None of this change is going to take place in and of itself. We can't afford to have silos. We need to be engaging together with our educators, with our employers, to support them and ensure that they understand what it is that they need to do and provide them with support as to how to actually get there.
Пані Мішель, дуже дякую. Thanks a lot.
Miss Michelle, thanks a lot. And right, yeah, that's very interesting experience of your team and of your country in general. And I believe you've mentioned one important message I would like to highlight and to reiterate, that a lot depends on teachers, on educators so far. Until we actually have a new generation which will perceive science, energy, etc., as something which is there for everybody, not just for boys and men. And actually the attitude of educators to these professions shall change somehow. So there shall be gender balanced views of educators, right? They shall not see the difference between boys and girls, and they shall not say, oh, you don't need that, go to beauty industry, that's yours, you're so beautiful. So actually we have to train our teachers as well to change the mindset and world outlook of teachers. Thank you for your experience and for your participation, and I believe we are going to talk more. And welcome to Ukraine, though digitally so far.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Дякую.
Thank you. And now let's go back to our previous speaker, Miss Marina Saprikina. I believe everything is okay now. Miss Marina, are you with us? Okay. So I believe you've dealt with this challenge. Am I right? So you have 5 more minutes to finish your presentation. You're welcome. And yeah, tell us why the National Day of Girls in Technology is of that importance. Yes, thank you so much. This day is important because we lack girls. You were mentioning the figures, the statistics, and we have even worse statistics, 20% in technologies. But if we're talking about technological specialties, well, 20 in technological companies, but just 15 in technological professions. So we have to work with them in the first place. I agree with Ms. Michelle, that's education. Education is number one, because educators mean a lot for children. And I would like to highlight that we are doing our best. We are actually introducing this Girls' Day in Technologies, and we have virtual excursions and tours to 20 high-tech companies of Ukraine, including energy companies. And we, together with the partners, thought about celebrating this day every year. This is the 3rd year in a row, and we know in what way the previous celebrations influenced girls, because girls saw that there are plenty of women in technological companies, that there are no male and female professions, and that's cool. Moreover, when we were talking with Prikarpattia Obelenерgo, Obel Energy company, they are supporting the project of energy security. And they said, we are doing a right thing because at the universities and schools, we have this special courses. And next week, next Friday, we are going to present a publication. And this is a spoiler for schools together with the lessons on the electrical energy sector. If you allow me, I can show you the cover page. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Thanks. So I'm showing you this cover page. And in this book, you may find profession in in electricity energy, and it contains the list of professions. And together with the project of energy security, we are conducting a polling of schools what children think about the professions in energy sector. And preparing to today's session, I had a look how many children are planning to tie their lives with energy sector somehow. Just two school children out of hundreds. And when we've asked them whether that very sector is innovative, the answer was yes, they believe it's innovative. From the viewpoint of prestige, no. High salaries, no, was their answer. But innovations, yes. So I believe that namely here we see the key root cause, the key problem. We have to make them meet experts from this industry. We have to tell them about the role of energy sector in Ukraine in general, which is why, and moreover, majority believe that this sphere is of paramount importance for the development of Ukraine. So if we're talking about young generation, to make their contribution is an important thing to them. So I believe we shall be playing with that and we shall be emphasizing that in schools. And that is another important thing. Of course, we need to work with educators, teachers, lecturers. I agree with you 100%. There are a lot of stereotypes and we try to work with them. We are conducting hackathons with them to change their perception, understanding of male and female professions, because there is no such thing. And as they always say, I know this is an important issue, but when gender experts are telling to educators, when you ask someone to move a chair, usually you would ask a boy or boys to do that, etc. And this is a stereotype already. And it starts there. It starts with the kindergarten, with the nursery school, when we are talking about pink and blue, about boy and a girl, what we are buying for a girl and what we are buying for a boy. And that's another thing. We have to work with parents as well in this regard, which is why, there are these things we have to pay our attention to. And also such conferences as today's conference are well needed. And also, let me tell you, Svetlana, we are stunned by the effect, we are pleasantly stunned by the effect which this day has. 25 companies were involved, but it influenced the companies and the girls, and they decided to meet the girls in the future to popularize their sector. The more meetings like this we have, the more girls understand that even energy sector is there to welcome them.
Мені особисто приємно це чути, тому що
Thank you, Miss Marina, and I'm very pleased to hear everything you've said. I'm also working in the project of energy security in the USAID, and I know that our project supports all these gender things and these projects. And I hope that in our calendar, we are going to have this National Day of the Girls in Technologies, and there's going to be more on the state level because it's extremely important. And you were absolutely correct in saying that it is dealing not only with the energy sector, but it's also important for other infrastructural sectors in Ukraine, where the girls are to be engaged into the new technologies. Engineering professions are to be studied by the young people starting from school. And if we don't do it now, we are not going to achieve good results in 10, 15 years from now. Please stay with us. We are going to poll our participants at the end. And esteemed participants, I would like to invite now to the floor Ms. Laura Hag. She is a senior governance advisor, a partnership for local economic development, a democratic governance project, Pledge. Miss Laura, we would like to thank you very much for joining us. We would like to welcome you at our event. And I'm very much interested in how your program supports the gender aspects issues, whether it deals with the energy sector, and where is the role of the engineering or technology for educating young people, young girls, and maybe not just kids, but maybe elder women, whether it is possible for the women of 35, 40 plus to get additional technological knowledge, whether it will be useful to this woman or whether it is going to be useful to this person. After Ms. Laura, please check the option of Ukrainian channel so that we are sure that you can work. Well, if there are any issues with the sound, if you do not see Ukrainian channel or you do
I
not
know.
see
I
the
have the new
translation, please
version.
write to us.
I know.
Ms. Laura, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Miss Natalia. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate. The Pledge Project is a 6-year project that is implemented by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and supported by the Government of Canada. And so thank you for allowing us to participate, and we're happy to be a supporter of this year's conference. You know, Pledge works on local governance and economic development. So we don't work directly in the energy or utility sector. However, we have a strong focus on gender equality in our work here in Ukraine. For example, we've trained hundreds of women on entrepreneurship training. And actually one of the trainings that we had was in Ivano-Frankivsk at the Oil and Gas Institute. And wherever a woman at any age would like to pursue their dreams, start their own business, or take a new turn, we have been there to support them. I think also what's interesting, and particularly we're talking about education, another way that Pledge is supporting gender equality is through the adoption of gender-oriented budgeting or gender-responsive budgeting at the local level. Why is that important? Well, we heard Ambassador Galadza mention it. Many other people mentioned the importance of data. We have worked with many cities to develop gender passports. And when you do gender-oriented budgeting, you need these passports. You need that disaggregated data of how you spend your money to understand whether you are furthering inequality in your community or not. So for example, several of our cities have used the data to look at health and education. And in particular, you think about sports. They have looked at that and realized that they're spending more money on boys than girls for sports. Or in healthcare. And this is interesting. One city realized they're spending more money on women than men in preventative healthcare because men aren't going to the doctor when they need to for preventative healthcare. So you say, well, I can't force a man to go get treatment, but this is where the role of local government and educators, health industry comes into play, where we have to raise the awareness, just like with young women, that they have the ability to be an engineer, to work in the utility industry, to work in any of these technical fields. We have to ensure that we are reinforcing and letting folks know that they can do this. Just like Michelle was just talking about, the many layers of people, whether it's teachers, you know, its educators, its parents, how we reinforce the right and positive message that girls and women can be involved in any STEM industry or organization. You know, I want to mention one quick story, and I know others were talking about the importance of personal stories, and we all need to hear, young women, older women, we need to hear from each other, because we have to know that others have faced similar challenges, or to understand that we can do this. Because in our trainings with women, entrepreneurship training, one of the key things we found is women were lacking confidence. They're smart, they know what to do, they have the skills, but it's that confidence. I do want to mention that our women's entrepreneurship training will be online. We're developing an online course with Adara, and it'll be a free course. It's ready next month. We'll launch it, so stay tuned for that. Many years ago, this was late 1990s, I was working for Xcel Energy in Denver, Colorado. And this is a utility that served 75% of the population of Colorado, as well as ended up expanding through Minnesota down to Texas in the US. And I had worked on energy policy at the local and state level, particularly renewable energy policy. And I really wanted to learn more about the utility industry. I wanted to get more hands-on experience. So I applied and got a job as the research analyst in governmental affairs for Xcel Energy. And my role was in working with our two lobbyists, I did a lot of analysis of bills and legislation to see how it would impact our company, and doing other research and writing work on the utility industry in Colorado. So I'd been there a year, and CEO and others had said that I did a great job. So I'm feeling pretty confident, because I'm going to have my performance review. And my boss was a much older man. He was in his 60s. He kind of had a certain way of looking at young women, maybe ambitious women. We don't like those ambitious women. And during my review, he told me that I need to temper my enthusiasm. Yes, that I need to tamp down. I need to not be enthusiastic or curious about my job. And I mean, I was speechless. And at first I was just really mad. And I just thought, how dare he? I was just angry, and I was just really mad. And then I thought, well, okay, I'm just going to start my own group. And like Ambassador Galadze said about taking your place, because no one's going to invite you, I wholeheartedly agree. And that's what I did. I started my own networking group of women in energy, because there wasn't enough women in the field. And I wasn't meeting that many women in my workplace. And luckily, I knew one other woman at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is located in Boulder, Colorado, which was very close to Denver. And asked her, I said, hey, I'm going to start this group. Would you be interested? She said, yeah. So we invited a bunch of women. And what we did is we met monthly, lots of times over wine and cheese. But we always had one woman speak and share her knowledge and experience. And the group grew. We usually had about 30 to 40 women. People shared ideas. They supported each other. They networked. They expanded their networks. And that's the way we started. You could start solving some problems, because women from, whether it's utility, it was from university, it was from a research lab, it was from government, got together to talk about the latest in utility and energy work, but also to support each other. So I just want to share that story, is that, you know, we can't wait for people, or wait for someone to think that give us permission to do something. Whether you're working, you know, here in Ukraine at DTech, or you're in a university, or you're in local government, we just need to start what we want to do. And it can be a little scary at times, but we need to be brave and we need to be bold. So I don't know for younger women, for mid-career women, I've changed my career. I've done different jobs. I encourage other women too. We just need to support each other, celebrate each other's success. And in the words of Nike, just do it. So thanks. I just wanted to share a few words and have some other ideas on education, but I'll wait that for the questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Laura. Це дійсно чудова промова. Дякую вам дуже за ваш персональний.
Thank you very much, Laura. It was a great speech, and I would like to thank you very much for sharing your personal experience. It's a great experience, and it's a great example. And everything you've said about the initiative you started, well, it looks very similar to what we are doing, the Energy Club of Women in Ukraine. And this is where we started this initiative, to unite, to share experience, to help each other, to support each other. And I would like to emphasize one more thing. I never told about it in my club, but now I would like to tell it now. Celebrate. Yeah, we have to celebrate and congratulate the best women. And today we are going to do that, by the way. So thank you very much for raising this issue. Please stay with us, and maybe you will have to answer a couple of questions. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Our next speaker is Hanna Levintsova. She is the chairman of the board of the organization, civil society organization of Ukrainian Association of the Geologists, UAG. Actually, I never met Hanna personally. We met in offline, but I would like to welcome you here. I heard about your initiatives, and I was absolutely impressed by you. And you were trying to make science understandable to everyone, to make it so interesting. And you were able to get smallest children, both boys and girls, interested in science. And I enjoyed very much watching you giving your own examples to give a roadmap to the younger generation to go into science. And it's very pleasant for me, from the point of view of my personal experience. I was trying to become a scientist. I was trying to defend my PhD, but didn't complete it because I took care of my family and I had to make money to support my family. And that was my priority at that time. And this is exactly the case where I had to be supported. This is a typical example when a woman takes more care about the children, about the family, and hopes that someday she will resolve her problems in science. So please tell us how to encourage girls to go into science, how to demonstrate and show them that science can become just a profitable thing, so to say. It will help to make money. That innovation might bring some additional revenue to the family. And being a scientist does not mean that a woman doesn't take care of herself, does not visit the hairdresser's salon, and nobody pays attention to it. Well, we have to destroy this stereotype, and the scientist might be useful for the future and for the family. Please, you have 5 minutes. I hope that everybody can hear me well. Can you hear me well? Yeah? Good afternoon. And I would like to thank you for an opportunity to speak such an important Congress. I represent the Association of Geologists of Ukraine. We are working closely to the energy sector. We know that there are oil, coal, and the geologists are prospecting the critical raw materials, which are important for the modern environmental technologies to make it possible for the green energy to operate, for the solar energy, for the wind energy. And the topic is very interesting. In Europe, it is very topical, and geothermal energy as well. I hope Ukraine will also study that. The Association of Geologists was set up in 2000, and starting from 2001, we are working on the projects which are related to our students and young children. In 2011, we have formed and regulated our activities, and actually we have started a project, the subsoil of Ukraine. We have been working for more than 10 years in this project, and because we are very creative people, well, we are using various methods. The way to implement this project have been transformed by us within this period of time. I have to emphasize that we have at present a right to work with the Z generation, which is absolutely unique, which has which does not believe into, authority. They are very well motivated, and they have to understand what is the purpose of doing things. We have to understand them, and we have to make them understand it and to persuade them. And the personal example is very important in this area, and it is very important to interact with the students and the school children. In 2020, we have joined the NG project. It's the abbreviation. It's a European project which is working within the framework of the Horizon 2020 project. And it is actually meant for 30 years. And the name of this project is to encourage the girls to study geology and the relevant engineering disciplines. So we are working on it, and we already have very interesting developments in this area. And we have faced the following. The first phase was polling. And with this generation, that generation, it is much easier to carry out an event where 100 participants take part, and they will be participating interactively and to participate in the contest. But it is much more difficult to ask 100 or 200 girls of 13 years to spend 5 minutes to fill out a questionnaire. And there was a difficulty and a challenge, and it was a very interesting and an absolutely unexpected result for us. We are working with a lot of stakeholders, and the major beneficiaries of this project are the girls of 12, 13, and they are teachers, the heads of their hobby groups, and their parents are also stakeholders of this project. We are working also with the women who are successful in their professions. And quite recently, we carried out a seminar on the recommendation of our European colleagues. And this seminar had to be, a small one. We invited very few women, but the women from various categories of geological profession were represented. The representatives of academics, state companies, business companies, and also the professors, and we had to create a diagram which consisted of two circles. In the central circle, we had to identify the positions which are held either by women or by men. And men and women have been marked in different colors. Men were red and women were green and neutral were blue. And I would like to report on the results of this experiment. The results were quite interesting. What do you think, the central part of that circle, of all the representatives from all the areas of our sector, what color was that? It was red. It means that in our geological profession, a lot of girls are working and studying, but frankly speaking, in the management of the Ukrainian geological companies, the women practically are not represented. There was a woman who is the head of the chair and the geological department at the university, and there are just a couple of cases, but the top positions are being held by men. And the NG project is very interesting because it destroys stereotypes of perceiving gender perception of geology as a profession which is meant only for men. And the main conclusion of this work is the following. Only gender balanced teams are successful. The teams which include both men and women, and the priorities are properly spelled out, and the tasks are properly identified and given, and such company will be successful. How to encourage the girls? We have a lot of materials which we have developed, and we have very interesting practical methods of work with the school children. We have a Kiev hobby group center, and this is a site not only for our activities, but it's a laboratory where, of free of charge, children can come and take part in absolutely various hobby groups: chemical, scientific, technical. Lviv University Chemical Department, which carries out a great international competition in making crystals, growing crystals, and our girls participated in that competition as well. There is a small Academy of Sciences, which is unique, but it's too regulated, over-regulated, and children participate proactively, but without the assistance of the adults, it is very difficult to achieve good results there within the structure of the small Academy of Sciences, because the requirements to writing the works are very high. And we are working, we continue working, we are open to sharing our knowledge. We have great examples of great women who self-actualize themselves in practical geology, in scientific geology. So please, we would like to continue working together. We have a lot of joint common topics, common themes, and I hope that this work is going to be based on synergy. Thank you very much, Anna. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Anna. It is a great initiative. Great examples were given by you, and you've demonstrated that it is possible to work with girls and boys of any age. And the main idea you wanted to share with us, that teamwork and team education, team studies, starting from the young age, is very important, and it gives its positive results, and it will yield positive results in the future. And I think that attention should be paid to destroying the stereotypes about the geology profession. But when the girls and the boys are working in this area since childhood, they will succeed in the future, and they will be together in participating in the scientific research, professional development, and they can also hold the managerial positions. And then at maybe the highest stage, they will compete, and one of them will succeed, either men or women. But they have to start and move forward together. We are going to disseminate the information about your work, about your events in our club. And it's great that you have this site to familiarize everybody with your successful stories. And the next speaker is Alona Glushko. Alona is a PhD. He's a deputy head of the welding department of the Kharkiv Polytechnical Institute. Alona, by the way, when I saw for the first time your photograph, I thought that, well, I've never seen you, but I thought that the deputy chair, deputy head of the chair should be a woman of 70 or 60 or something like that. But when I saw a young and charming woman, I was absolutely surprised. When you're going to speak, and I will be happy to give you the floor, but prior to that, I would like to ask you two questions, and those are personal questions. What is your feeling by holding this position? How were you able to overcome certain stereotypes and achieve such a position? And the second question, what do you think? Whether a woman um, of 30 plus 35 plus get the second technical education, or augment her technical education and start working in science. Can you give us an advice in this area? 5 to 7 minutes, please. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Shall I start answering your question, or the way it is more convenient for you? Well, I was preparing myself for speaking today, and I am really happy to see and to hear everything, and I'm very happy to be invited here. And I would like to quote some statistics. Echoes. Echoes. Unfortunately, we cannot address the technical problem, so please speak precisely and not too quickly. Maybe she says, maybe I can use the earphones. If there is a microphone, so that will be ideal, because there are echoes. Is it better now? Yeah, now it's better. Okay, that's great. So I'd like to start from the statistics. As of today, all over the world, there are 29% of scientists who are working in the area of science. In Ukraine, the situation is a little bit better. We have 46% of women who are working in science, and that's cool. But I said today that engineering and technical specialities, we have fewer girls and women. It's like 15 to 18%. It's not a big percentage, big ratio. But if we look at statistics, and if you look at the energy sector statistics, the ratio will be even less. It will be less than 15%. And I think it's a problem. And this is a problem on the national scale. And this is the problem of the Ministry of Energy. There is a scientific council under the Ministry of Energy, and there are several women there. And there are 25% of women in that energy council, scientific council. And if we are talking about the scientists, they make 6% of the members of that council, those who have the PhDs and doctorates and you can look at this information on this site. How can we engage girls and women to science? Why it is cool, why it is interesting, and why it is useful for the society? First of all, well, I'd like to underscore that I participate in all of the activities we carry out in Ukraine. In Ukraine, at present, it is very popular to think that STEM is just a couple of letters and that's it. But science, technology, engineering, mathematics is standing behind these letters. This is the name of their university. But we are carrying out a lot of the conferences, and this STEM and this STEM program provides an opportunity to participate in lots of these very important activities. And definitely, there are a lot of men who are participating, but there are absolutely great young women. And when the women of various ages participate in these activities, they can see that science and all sorts of experiments are interesting, are useful, and science surrounds us in this world. And it is very important to explain it from the scientific point of view. Well, like, for example, if there is no science, we would have no internet. So what we would do, just in case it does not exist, we will be writing letters by hand.
This quarantine has changed a lot for us, changed our plans. Nevertheless, this internet we currently have is thanks to the scientific progress. So this is all science. And this being the case, women mentors who are working in all the schools, they are very active, and by their example, they may show others, if we can do that, you can do that as well. And For example, I started in my city, in Kharkiv, there was this very event. Well, actually, we have them now as well. I believe we're going to go back to them after the quarantine. Those were scientific picnics and scientific Saturdays. And I was showing to others how to weld, for example, at those picnics. And it was interesting for for the passers-by. And if we think, why do we need this welding? But we are using some type of welding even to produce all these smallest schemes of the smartphones. And as I was mentioning, both girls and boys are participating in these scientific picnics, and I believe that science is our future. So I've tried to give you some examples in what way to urge young people to become scientists, or at least to, I don't know, think about science. And in Ukraine, we have a lot of startup movements. Everybody heard about startup so far, when there is some idea and you need to do something with that very idea. For example, I don't know who if you know scientists, if you've worked with them, they have a lot of ideas, and somehow we need to implement those ideas, make them commercial. And actually, there are business incubators, startup schools, and they try to involve young people, make young people interested in the science, in some business processes. So this is cool. I've participated in plenty of, well, I was part of one of the incubators, by the way, that was the business incubator supported by USAID. I was the first generation to graduate from that business incubator. Then I've applied for US project, Innovations through Science and Technologies. I went to United States, I studied there. So this is a huge opportunity. Now I understand in what way I can implement somehow my ideas and develop some products, I'm writing a thesis now. I don't want this idea to be dead. This idea just to be described in the thesis, that's it. I want to develop. And thirdly, I'd like to mention about a few words about personality. I can tell you, for example, about myself. Welding department. This is not perceived as the profession for women, but still there are 3 girls who've selected me as their teacher, as their mentor, and they decided to come, namely to me, for me to be their teacher, because they saw me on the Facebook, and I became a role model to them. Wow, that's great. And still, my question, is it possible for a woman 35 plus, in the age of 45 plus, to acquire some second technical education? Are there some programs for postgraduate training, like 35 plus, young plus age? So, in the first place, if you would like to start some type of training, you shall pass all Ukrainian tests. It includes Ukrainian language and the subject of specialization. And why not? There are a lot of types of trainings, courses, and there is this online form of education, distance education, right? So the major thing would be the desire. If you have a desire, you will find all the possible opportunities to select the profession. And even if we're talking about technical or not technical profession, it doesn't matter. Thank you so much, Miss Alena, for very interesting presentation of yours. It was really interesting. Thank you for your story, your personal one, which is an example for young women, young girls. And what you've mentioned, the commercialization of your ideas, making something commercial out of them, right? This is normal when you would like to earn something based on your ideas. If your ideas are really worthy, they shall have some practical meaning and bring you some material benefits, monetary benefits. Why not? That's an additional stimuli to develop, to earn something from it. And that's the fact that there are plenty of major companies in the world which have this separate pool of money for young innovators, and that's great that you are a vivid example of one of them. You're actually showing us in what way investing into yourself, you can also invest into the development of your society and develop yourself and develop your colleagues, your students in your case. And I believe you're going to have a bright future. All the successes to you. Thank you for participation. Oh, so we have to proceed to next speakers. In the first place, Irina Yuryeva and Natalia Bukhalova. They are going to present together, and they will present their research, which is called Gender and Career Profile in the area of energy efficiency. Hello. 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 I understand that it's very difficult to present last, but I believe your topic is very interesting and we're going to listen very attentively to you. So you have maximum 10 minutes for both of you, because we have to finalize the panel with some questions, few words about this study and the major thing, what results of this study shall be and in what way it will influence the STEAM or women's professions in the area of energy efficiency, and what we shall we pay attention to, maybe not just us, but our government, our state, to have as many young women joining science and energy efficiency as possible. So the floor is yours. Please decide who's going to go first. Yes, thank you, Ms. Svetlana. I'm going to start. I'm going to have this short speech, like an introduction to what is going to be presented by Ms. Natalia. And in the first place, I would like to express my gratitude for having an opportunity to join this great conference, this platform at which we can discuss our problems and challenges which we face. We can discuss our ideas and our needs. What shall we be striving to achieve in order to ensure gender-balanced approach in science, in education, and in energy sector, of course, in every sector. And I would like to say hello from Ms. Ima Hranova-Shimkina. Unfortunately, she could not join us, as Mr. Olesi was telling us, but Ms. Ima is actually a very vivid example of a leader, of a great leader. She's inspiring us and she's helping us in our everyday life. She helps us formally and informally. She cheers us up and she creates that level of energy which enables us to feel that we can do it all, that we have to strive for better, and that we can introduce these changes regardless of the position we hold. And I'd like to mention two words about the component of our project within the framework of which this research was conducted. The component is called professional qualifications. That's part of the project promoting energy efficiency and directives of EU on energy efficiency in Ukraine. And it is a continuation of the project on the reforms of energy efficiency in Ukraine, which was finalized quite recently. And so far, we have the 5-year project with 3 components in it. That's implementation of reforms in the field of energy efficiency and energy in general. Then promoting reforms and energy management at municipal level. And thirdly, the third component, which we are proud of, that is something we've managed to introduce, professional qualifications. And this component is aimed at creation of opportunities for youth, for those who are already at the labor market, to master some new qualifications related to energy efficiency, and for them to have a decent salary, and for them to be able to ensure their career development. Because today we've heard that area of energy efficiency is innovative, and people are perceiving it as such, and it really enables both girls and boys and those who are already at the labor market. And as a result of this component, we've launched a hub in 3 universities of Ukraine, in Dnipro city, in Kharkiv, and in Chernivtsi. And we are very proud by the fact that these hubs are a real platform for any promotion, for training, for learning, and for establishing a dialogue and communicating of businesses with educational institutions, and for conduction of profession-oriented events, which in an interesting form tell us about energy efficiency and why is it worth actually implementing energy efficient projects. And once again, we shall not wrap up with some projects. We shall actually live this energy efficient life. And we've created various forms and various platforms, including with various apps, to ensure equal opportunities for boys and girls, to have access to distance learning, to any materials, to master all these areas. Because this is not that you have to go to vocational school or to the university to master some skills and knowledge. And also in our component, there was this gender-based or gender-balanced approach, though we did not realize it at the very beginning. We are working to have equal representation of men and women. In our project, we have 45 or 50% of female experts who were developing the materials, who were implementing the research, and the audience, our target audience, educational institutions, etc. We found out that 95%, well, actually, speaking about our online events, within them, 59% were women among the audience. But in our project, we had a very specific task to involve more and more girls and women to the profession related to energy efficiency, and to various courses which are related to energy efficiency skills. Yes, Miss Irina, thank you so much. Let's proceed to Natalia. Yes, now I'm giving the floor to Miss Natalia. Yes, I would like to express my gratitude. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing the word. I'm excited. So I'm very grateful that you raised this topic, and you raise it at this very scale. I've been in business for 26 years, and I really love when people invest their soul into whatever they do. So GIZ is interested in that. Irina is interested in that. And with Irina Saprikina, we've been dealing together, working together within the framework of various projects. So this is a very cozy panel for me, very comfortable panel. So we were thinking a lot whom to ask what? We wanted people to share what their heart aches about. Well, we were talking to 450 children, high graders, and those who just started studying at the universities. And actually, we had Oля Belkova, as far as I know. She's very famous, and Natasha Buchkovskaya. This great women who are promoting this area powerfully. What I'd like to mention, some key findings. For example, now for our young people, the major thing, the major value would be financially independent. That's important for 77% of young people. Just imagine that figure, 77, which is why whatever they do in this life, they consider it from two points of view, egoistically, and what they would get from it in terms of their financial support, which is why they are considering IT, programming, medicine. 1/3 of young people would like to build a career in healthcare. That's great. We are going to overcome coronavirus threat because 1/3 of young people would like to be healthcare workers. And law. Of course, law is a very popular area because it gives them stability and it gives them financial independence. Also, young girls would like to have a happy family, would like to have the well-being in their life. And one more thing, what they want to have a balance between profession and personal life, meaning they would like to develop as a personality, as mothers, and as professionals. That's great. They want to combine it all. Then young people in Ukraine are ambitious. 1/3 of our young respondents would like to take the managerial positions, etc. But every 5th respondent also consider some working professions for themselves. They say that's something tangible in your hands, to have some hands-on profession. That's like a guarantee that you can find job in every country of the world because, you know, they are more global than us. I can live in any country, whenever, whatever, anywhere, if I can do something with my hands, right? So what is curious? There is this stereotype. To be successful, you need to have higher education. And vocational school is perceived as something non-prestigious, something which will not give you financial independence. So vocational school is something for those who failed to be accepted to the university. And once again, 1/3 of young people clearly mention about benefits of vocational school, because after this vocational school, it would be easier for you to go to the university. Then it's cheaper to go to a vocational school rather than to some university. And you have a profession in your hands already. They say like an electrician. Well, electrician is an electrician everywhere. I go to Poland, I go wherever, and I can work as an electrician already. Now, speaking about perception of energy efficiency area, you know, I work with a lot of brands, with a lot of categories, and the major thing would be to position yourself. So as you name the boat, it will sail that way, right? So if you know how to position yourself, and if all the target audiences are saying the same, and then the brand, the category, the area, the sector is successful. But we have a very fragmented perception. Everybody's saying, well, energy efficiency is great for your career. You can do a lot, from politics to working in these major corporations. That's great. But it's all vague. They don't understand what it's all about. They don't understand what it actually means. And yesterday with Marina Abrekina, we were discussing it because children would like to join energy efficiency, but they don't know what university to select, who is going to teach them, in what way their profession is going to be called when they grow up. Like an engineer. What is an engineer? In Soviet era, we had engineers. Are we still talking about that, or we are talking about engineers who are there whenever they build some major infrastructure facilities? So, young people and pedagogues believe that it's very difficult to build a career in energy efficiency, but employers, experts, politicians, those who already know it all from the inside, and those who were building this market, they say, oh my God, this is an open area. It's open for young people, and it gives you an opportunity for self-realization because they've tried it all and they are mature, so to say, right? And business says that this sector is demonstrating great tempos of development, and this is like 100% belonging to something bigger, something meaningful. So, of course, there is great perspective. Young people would like to see some benefits, of course. They want to understand what they will get after they are successful in this career. They are ready to participate in all the grants, all the projects, which is why thank you, dear colleagues. From today's panel, you're doing great thing to popularize. And I'm a mother of 3 children. I'm very interested. My children, I have 1 girl and 2 boys. I'm really interested for them to have the variety of choice out there. So I've chosen marketing. Marketing was already perceived as the profession for girls, for women. But I'm happy to be part of this gender equal market. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right you are. I was listening to you, and I understand that you are really inspired by what you do. You are really inspired by the projects. Yes, yes, that's the way of doing business in Ukraine, just being inspired. Yes, yes. So actually, you have to love what you do, right? You are. And yeah, when we hear energy efficiency, we believe this is something very complicated, but still, inspiration must be there. We cannot develop without it. And energy efficiency is about our safety, security, well-being of our families. Thank you for this inspiring study or research. Thank you for what you've told us. And it's going to be useful for each and everyone. And we will use your experience, of course, and together we'll keep on working. So we are already approaching the wrap up of this panel discussion. And I would like, if we still have all the panelists with us, I would like to give you each 30 seconds. 30 seconds, not minutes. At first I said minutes. We don't have that much. Please answer one. Well, that's not even a question. That's like your wishes to young women who are selecting engineering, science, energy, mathematics. 2 words based on your experience and wishes to those who've stayed with us till the end, and your wishes to young people who are willing to join these areas, development of technologies, including. So please, who is willing to start? The floor is yours. Maybe Miss Marina? And we will proceed, maybe. Thank you so much. So, my wish would be as following. Girls, if you're interested in math, in engineering, you need a team. You need to join your efforts. And for that purpose, we have STEM, you know that very abbreviations. You have to participate in various competitions. You have to go out there. You have to try your forces. And today there are plenty of agencies, and you see USAID, the GIZ, and other well-known agencies are offering great opportunities for girls to participate, to take up the risk. Thank you so much, Miss Marina. Miss Michelle, some words from you.
I would say, and I've heard this word used earlier, and it's all about confidence, because I think young girls and women, we always feel like we have to be able to do everything perfectly before we try or before we make an effort. And so it's okay not to be perfect. Take the opportunity and don't be afraid to fail or make mistakes as you go through your career. That's really important. We only grow by making mistakes, so don't be afraid. And the other thing I would say is absolutely network. It's never too early while you're studying to start building up that network and for your career, and volunteer at as many events that you can in the industry that you're interested in pursuing, so that you can learn more about it and talk to people and learn about what is actually involved in that career. So build your network from an early age.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Michelle. Pani Laura.
And Miss Laura, the floor is yours. We can hear you.
I think Michelle said it absolutely perfectly. Everything she said was right on, and I would agree with. I would just add to, don't be afraid to try. It's relating to that confidence. You can do it. And as Michelle said, don't be afraid to fail, because I have felt through my life that I learned and I grew. I became a much better leader and manager and person after I failed at
Thank you,
something.
Laura.
I learned so
Perfect.
much. So don't be
Perfect.
afraid. It's not the end of the world.
That's true. Thanks a lot, Laura. Pani Hanna.
Miss Hanna, your wishes, inspiring words? Okay, maybe let me mention, I'll be brief. Yes, whoever is with us. Yes, I would like to wish, love what you do. That inspires you a lot. Be persistent. Be supported, of course. Have some team of friends, of people who think alike, and have good mentors or teachers. That's of paramount importance. Right you are, right you are. And I would like to mention two words, just two words. We are doing a lot of projects with young people, and I see one characteristic thing. Young people love this procrastination. They procrastinate a lot, and they say, I don't want to go and work. I will attend some other training. Stop this procrastination. And the second thing, no one will provide you with the ready-made information. You have to dig deeper and learn about it all. And the third thing, you know, this you will understand it in Ukrainian. I have the family name Bukhalova, which means like a person who drinks a lot. And there is this great motto which was invented by whom? By miners. Keep walking. That's the play of words with her family name. So all the best to you, everyone. Thank you so much. Does anybody else would like to say anything?
An advice, do everything you would like to, and do everything to achieve your goal, and don't care whose doors you are knocking on. Rector, minister, deputy minister, we all are human beings. We are all the same. So do the way you feel you should do. Super, Alona. Anna is with us, yeah? Uh, be confident in yourself. Don't be apprehensive of anything, and learn. This is a continuing process, ongoing process. You have to learn yourself, and if you have an opportunity, transfer your knowledge who needs that. It's exactly what we are going to do. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the participants. Unfortunately, I can upload this way. With this, we would like to applaud all of you. And we have practically exhausted our agenda, but now I would like to give the floor to our moderators. But please stay with us. Don't leave. Thank you, Svetlana, for a great moderation. And I would like to thank the speakers for the inspiration they gave us. And I believe we are going to continue discussing this issue. And we heard a lot of practical advice, what we have to do with the mentorship and education in our energy sector. We have exhausted our agenda for the discussions and the panel sessions, but now I would like to announce 5-minute break. And after that, we are going to have an award the women of Ukrainian energy, and also we are summarize the findings of this conference. So if you would like to find out who has won in 8 nominations of this contest, please stay with us. Come back in 5 minutes time and we will start the ceremony of awarding. Please don't disconnect your Zoom. We are waiting for you here. Stay with us.
Сподіваюся, що ви все ще з нами. Ще раз доброго дня всім, хто підключилися до нас саме на частину нагородження. Зараз ми її офіційно розпочнемо. І до слова і нагородження я прошу Валентину Білякову, голову правління Жіночого енергетичного клубу України та Стіл Канада України. Дякую.
Дякую дуже, дякую всім. Нарешті ми дочекалися оголошення результатів нашого конкурсу. Хочу сказати, що цього року наш щорічний конкурс «Жінки української енергетики» проводився вже вдруге. Мета конкурсу – це визнання вкладу жінок у розвиток енергетичної сфери України, підтримка, мотивація для подальших досягнень в енергетиці та споріднених секторах економіки. В цьому році подача на конкурс тривала у нас з 12 жовтня по 6 листопада. Загалом ми отримали цього року 146 заявок. 146 заявок у 8 номінаціях. Що це були за номінації? Це була номінація «Компанія року», «Керівниця», «Політикиня», «Працівниця», «Юристка», «Волонтерка», «Журналістка», «Освітянка». Які були умови? Умовами було те, що ми номінуватися могли або самостійно, або так само дозволялося номінувати своїх колежанок чи свою організацію. До складу конкурсної комісії, які обирали переможниць, у нас увійшли Анна Довгопол, координаторка програми «Гендерна демократія» фонду імені Гайнриха Бьоля, Бюро Київ, Україна, Світлана Голікова, яка зараз тут є з нами. Вона є членкинею управління Жіночого енергетичного клубу України, а також працює у проєкті «Енергетична безпека» USAID Україна. Та Олексій Рябчин, заступник міністра енергетики та захисту довкілля України. В минулому, да, а зараз радник віце-прем'єр-міністра. Також хочемо подякувати команді фонду імені Генріха Бьоля, Бюро Київ, України за підтримку в організації та проведенні конкурсу. А тепер ми перейдемо до найголовнішого, але перед цим дуже попрошу пані Світлану розказати нам кілька слів про те, як проходив цей конкурс, які ваші враження від тої кількості заявок, від тих претенденток, які подавалися. Дякую.
Є, да? Зв'язок, дякую. Ну, ви знаєте, от минулого року я була серед переможців, а з цього року я є членом такої номінаційної комісії і відчувала особливе якесь таке, я б не сказала, це не задоволення, це насправді відповідальність. А відповідальність, яка переходить в задоволення того, що стільки чудових претендентів було. І нам дійсно на комісії було дуже важко обрати, хто є переможцем. У нас були різні думки. Повірте, що ми не мали інколи одностайної думки. У нас там, певно, було рейтингове навіть голосування.
We had the rating voting, and the most difficult thing was to choose for two nominations. The first nomination was the politician of the year, and the second was a volunteer of the year. And by the way, a lot of applications were made for the nomination of a volunteer. This was the greatest number, and maybe consolidation of these two nominations was quite a unique situation. It was difficult because it was difficult to win in this nomination. It was important not only to award the person for the achievements, but also the attitude to the things which this person is doing. To be a volunteer, to be a politician is not a profession. It's not a trade. It's actually conviction that this is the way one should do. And not for oneself, not for one's own sake, but for the society, for the country, and then for one's own sake, well, this country, and to know that reputation is positive. So these nominations seem to us the most important and the most difficult. But I hope that the winners in these nominations keep up with this award. But in general, I think that we will continue this competition, this contest, and maybe someday there will be the winners who will win in all the nomination. And one of our nominees will win in other contests and competitions. And maybe some of our nominees will participate in the competitions next year. We have to continue it. It inspires. One of the speakers said that women who are working in this sphere in this complex sector not only have to support each other, but also have to celebrate the victories of their colleagues. Thank you. Now, the most important part, most interesting part, we are going to announce who has won. And the first one, the first nomination is the company of the year. It's the operator of the market, Mr. Roman Suchenko. And I will not, while Roman is coming up to us, I will tell you a few words about the company. This company is responsible for buying and selling electricity in the market, electricity market, and actually it balances the demand and the supply of the electricity. 60% of women are working in this enterprise and they have equal pay. And there is the policy implemented which is friendly to the families of the company. And the company demonstrates that energy sector could be interesting not only for men. Roman, thank you very much for waging these policies and that you here by the norms and quotas. And I wish that next year you will be able to implement other important policies and you will provide more opportunities for men and women, and we are all equal and we are being evaluated on the basis of our professional qualities. Roman, this is a good beginning in our nomination that a man is obtaining this award and this trophy, but you're getting this trophy thanks to the women who are working in your team, in your company. A couple of words. Thank you. Dear colleagues, friends, for us, it's just much more than award. It's a recognition of the company operator of the electricity market as a gender balanced company. And it has destroyed the stereotype about energy sector being the male trade only. And the operator of the electricity market demonstrates the advantages of the gender parity in the company. And this, first of all, is due to the balanced decisions we are taking, not only in terms of our core activities, but also in the socially important aspects as well. And the slogan of our company is the energy of balance. And we are proud to be the best in this area and to promote energy sector profession as the gender-free profession. Thank you. The next category is a nomination of the lawyer. And Olga Savchenko is a winner, the partner of the Altela company. Olga is working starting from 2012 in the area of renewable energy. In 2015, she joined the Artello company, and she is leading the practice of energy law. And this year, she has become a partner of the company. Starting from July this year, she is heading the legal committee of the Association of Solar Energy of Ukraine, and she's improving the regulations in the area of energy and also interprets the legislation to the companies which participate in this market. I would like to thank you very much because I am working in the sector of renewable energy, and I will thank you very much for the difficult work you are doing, especially this year. And I would like to give the floor to Svetlana now. I'm also very pleased to award you because I'm a lawyer. My background is in law. So we are both from the law sector, green energy sector are awarding you. And we would like to share your experience with your colleagues and help the way you're doing it now, help our authorities, our government to overcome the crisis in this sector. And I think you will be able to do it. You will make it. Congratulations, and please say a few words. Honestly, saying among the great women like here, I feel very embarrassed because I always think that I'm not doing enough. And when I'm looking at the colleagues who are now on the stage, the audience, sitting in the audience with the acting Ministry of Energy, so I'm getting inspired and I am impressed by the way the role of a woman has changed in this country. by the extent the woman has become strong now in this country. And I would do everything possible to promote this role and mission of women in the energy sector, to improve the situation, share my experience with your colleagues. And I would like to thank you very much for organizing this forum. And I would like everybody to be congratulated with the existence of the Women's Club in energy sector. And this is a great job we are doing to make a woman equal. Unfortunately, we have to fight for this right still. The next nomination, the employee. And Ima Khrenova-Shimkina is becoming a winner. She is a representative of GZ. Unfortunately, she was not able to join us because she is sick. We would like to wish her to recover as soon as possible, and we hope she will join us soon. And IMA has initiated the research of gender profile in energy sector. She supports gender initiatives of other organizations, including the Women's Energy Club of Ukraine. She cares about the place that the women hold in this society, and she participates in the training, develops herself continuously. Now the floor goes to Svetlana. Miss Ima, I hope that you are with us, you're listening to us, at least maybe you will listen to what we are saying here in the recording. And I would like to wish you to recover soon. And you are an exemplary woman, and you're inspiring the people who believe that gender movement is a good thing, but you can inspire even us who believe in this statement. So we would like to wish you to be in good mood for the rest of the year and the next year as well. And we hope that this award will be an inspiration for you. You will work with us for a long time, and the awards will find their owners and heroes. We are going to transfer it to you. The next category, the manager category. Well, maybe I'm a little bit embarrassed to read that, so I'm going to give this to Svetlana, to transfer this honor to Svetlana. I have a double role here, dual role. I'm not going to read. I will simply tell you that I know her for a long period of time, for many years. And it was interesting for me to find out that in AES, the company which was one of the largest companies who was owning Oblenergo in Ukraine. And I saw her as a charming woman. And then I saw the way she was developing not only in the energy sector, but in other areas and sectors. She started to work of international programs. She demonstrates a lot of initiatives. Now you're working in one of the most famous companies in the world, and you are leading the energy uh, direction of its work. Those who are working not in real sector of economy consider you to be an example of the possibility to achieve a lot if a person is studying, learning, if the person is intelligent, if the person is supported from by the family and the friends. We know that you're a great mother and you have a daughter. And I think she inspires you to achieve your success. And that's great. And when this synergy with the children exists, it's great. And everything we are doing now, we are doing for our children. And this is exactly the way you are working, the way you do. So we would like to congratulate you with winning this award. So you are going to show this trophy to your son and your daughter, and you will tell that you've got this award from a very good organization, and this will be an inspiration for them. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be awarded. This is a surprise for me. Yeah, really. And I'd like to say the following. All of us have equal chances in this life. And maybe lack of confidence, self-confidence. Sometimes we are stopped by excessive, pondering and thinking. Please don't stop. Women's Energy Club is ready to support you. We are ready to support you in your movement forward, to give inspiration to you by our own example. And you can inspire us with your own example. Thank you. And now we are going to the next category. And this is a journalist. And Larissa Oksenchuk is being awarded. She works in the addition Ukrainian energy sector. She is working as a journalist. She interviews the experts and the area of energy. She writes analytical materials. She covers roundtable discussions, conferences, and she constantly is trying to provide useful information in layman's language to our readers and to helps them to get accessible and truthful information. Thank you very much, because it is very important to provide truthful and understandable information to our readers, because the energy market is changing all the time. And it's important to write about it so that our readers understand what happens in the country, which changes are being introduced into the sector. Thank you very much. Thank you. For this nomination in the competition, we had different opinions among the members of our jury. And personally, acknowledging your achievements and everything you've done in this area, I was voting for a different person. And this was a representative of the regional press, of the regional level. Not because I do not acknowledge your achievements, but simply I knew that you are going to win. I knew that, but I wanted the journalists who are working in the central media would be helping the women journalists who are working in the regional media. By the way, our project, Energy Security, is carrying out a training for journalists of different levels, of different media. And it is directed at the regional media mostly. Your personal experience and your expert knowledge would help young journalists who are working in the energy sector. First of all, we would like to congratulate you with this award and with the victory. And also, we would wish you to become a mentor for young journalists who are working in the energy sector on the regional level. Well, you might identify the candidate for your mentorship, or maybe we can help you to identify that. So your experience and your expert knowledge should not be wasted. Please teach and mentor young journalists so that there will be continuity in disseminating your experience. Thank you. And we would like to give you the microphone to say a few words. Thank you for congratulations, and thank you very much for being awarded. And I would be very happy to transfer my experience, share my experience, because the energy sector is a very interesting topic. It is difficult to talk about it in layman's language, but it is necessary to do everything possible to get our readers interested in this issue. And also the consumers of the energy we are producing should be aware of all the events in this sector. The next category is volunteer. And Yulia Manchich is being awarded. She's not with us today, but nevertheless, she is a manager on the gender issues and equality issues of the FEM energy. And she is in the service of the security analysis at Rivne nuclear power plant. She is carrying out a lot of educational activities, lectures, provide seminars in Ukraine, and she is mentoring the representatives of various areas, and she is improving her qualification in implementing gender equality. We would like to thank you very much for the great initiatives you're implemented. Just a couple of words about her. I mentioned at the beginning that the competition, this competition uh, was difficult in terms of identify the winner in the volunteer nomination. There were a lot of nominees. There were 9 or 10 women nominated in this category. And I won in this nomination last year personally, but I would like to wish Yulia and those who are going to follow her the following. The spirit of volunteerism in energy sector is very well respected. And this spirit of volunteering in gender component of the energy sector gives a chance to promote oneself and other women to become a role model and to demonstrate that one can work only for a good salary, which are being paid in the energy sector, but also to be able to work to satisfy one's own attempts to change the world to the better and to transfer one's energy to the other people. So we will like to congratulate you and we hope that you will join our next events, and we are going to send this trophy to you. And the next category is is the educational specialist. Lubov is here. She is a professor, a teacher of the vocational school. She always is implementing the gender equality among the students and among the managerial staff of the college where she teaches. And she is promoting the inclusive education. She encourages the young women to master the specialty in the energy sector, and 2/3 of the management positions in our college are women. We would like to applaud for Lubov, and we would like to thank you very much for motivate a lot of girls and engage them into your education in your college. Svetlana, well, we consider that you were a winner of this category as a result of a good discussion. We've discussed a lot of nominees and candidates, and we decided that the person who is working not in the capital, but in Poltava, but this is one of the most important cities in Ukraine, though it's not the biggest one, but in your oblast, in your city, in your sector, you are a great specialist. And the girls are studying in your college. And this is a proof of your victory. And this victory is embodied in this trophy. So we are going to send it to you. And you will find an appropriate place in your college to put that trophy so that all your girl students will be inspired by your victory, and you will motivate them to become either a professor, a teacher, or a worker in this sector. Would you like to tell a few words to us? Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be awarded, and it's a great responsibility. In our college, as well as the National University of Poltava, we well, actually, women have not to fight for the gender equality. Well, the women are the majority in the university and in the college. And we prevail in geological, in extraction industries, disciplines, are women who are teaching there, and they prove by their own example that the stereotypes have to be dismantled and not to be afraid to self-actualize themselves in this profession. And more women choosing their profession in the gas and oil sector. We are going to continue working in it, and we would like to thank you very much for paying so much attention to the issues which are faced by the women. We would like to thank the Women's Energy Club, and I hope that my colleagues are also going to join this very honorable organization, and we all will help the women to self-actualize them in the energy sector. Thank you very much for the kind words, and you're welcome to our club. And this is the last nomination, and it's the nomination of a politician. And our jury had to take a very difficult decision because there were so many nominees, so many candidates, but we had to choose the best. And now we would like to invite Olga Poslovets, who is the acting Minister of Energy. She is the first woman who has headed the Ministry of Energy, and she has a lot of accomplishments in bringing back miners to the mines after the crisis of 2020, and completed the concept of reform of the coal sector and improved the legislation in the energy sector and electricity market. And she promotes new technologies in the energy sector. And she is working hard on implementing European Green Course. You are not only an acting Minister of Energy, but you are anti-crisis minister. I've mentioned it to you during this discussion today. I would like to thank you for your work, and I would like to give the floor to Svetlana. Thank you. I am the professional member of various juries, and it was difficult for me, but I was very pleased to choose you as a candidate. Olga, we have had a discussion many years ago, and we were telling each other very good things, and we were saying that each of us is a role model for each other. But I would like to wish you one thing: don't stop. The opportunities are not limited, are unlimited, and we are going to support your movement forward. And I know that personally you did a lot to achieve this top-level position. But if life is not going to be that easy, don't stop. The women are backing you. Before giving the floor to Olga, I'd like to emphasize, Olga, we would like to tell you that we have huge plans with the Ministry of Energy and for the Women's Energy Club. We have drafted a lot of very important plans, so the floor is yours. It's so pleasant to hold this trophy. I would like to thank you very much, my dear colleagues. I would like to thank Women's Energy Club for creating such a great platform. And we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. And I am sure that we will achieve very good results. I would like to thank those thanks to whom I was able to be awarded in this nomination. And this is the President and the Prime Minister of Ukraine, who entrusted me under such difficult times to hold this position. And they believe that I will be able to help resolve the crisis phenomena in the energy sector. We have achieved certain success, and everything is ahead of us, and we will win together. I would like to thank my energy team, and we were able to achieve these good results thanks to our joint work. And this is a team of people who think alike. I would like to thank my family, who is holding on. And it's my very, very important support. Without my family, I wouldn't be able to achieve the results I've achieved. And I would like to wish Women's Energy Club to become more and more influential with every passing year and become more and more strong. And I am sure that step by step, we will be able to overcome the gender stereotypes in our men's sector. It's a stereotype, but it's true so far. And I'm sure that all the goals you have identified for yourself, that is to reach the gender balance in the energy sector, will be attained. And I would like to wish all the women to believe in them, in yourself. And I would like to wish not only women, but also men, the successful cooperation on equal basis and the equal partnership with the men, not to be competing, but to be partners and to complement each other. I was not able to mention it during the panel discussion. I would like to tell it now. I would like to sign the protocol of intent with the Women's Energy Club, just to sign a memorandum between the Ministry of Energy and the Women's Energy Club. And this document is going to include not only the directions to work to resolve the issues of the gender equality and creating the women-friendly conditions and the in the energy sector, but also we have to create the foundation for creating the energy safety and security in Ukrainian energy sector. And this could be discussed in the framework of creating the platform engaging the specialists of both genders into this work. So we are facing a lot of very important and interesting work ahead of us. And I would like to thank you again for this very honorable award. We will be happy to join the initiatives. We have a lot of experts, a lot of specialists, and each of us will be able to make our own contribution in terms of experience and in terms of vision. And we together are going to build energy independent state of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Olga. Now I would like to summarize the work during today, and I would like to invite my colleagues, the board. Ladies, please come here. Marina, Yula, Oksana. You didn't expect this, but I would like to see you live on this stage. And I would like to introduce all of you. Snezhana, please come closer. This is my unbelievably great team who helped to organize this event, both in online and offline mode. And I would like to thank all the sponsors. And Olena, maybe you will announce again who our sponsors are. And my wish, I would like to wish you the following. You can see that with every year we become stronger and stronger. And I would like, with every passing year, to increase our membership so that the projects which we are implementing would become stronger, larger. And within 3 years period of time, we will become energy balanced in the energy sector. And now we would like to thank our sponsors. And again, I would like to tell you who was supporting the Forum of Women's Energy Club of Ukraine, Henrik Bell's Foundation of Ukraine, the Embassy of Canada in Ukraine, the Partnership for Development of the Cities, the Project of Energy Efficiency in the implementation of the EU Directive of Energy Efficiency in Ukraine, and the efficient management of the public finance by GIZ, the tech company, Baker Tilly, and McKenna Mabara, and Scott Solar and Team Canada, American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. And this is a great list of sponsors. And well, we would like to thank the sponsors, but it won't work out without our great team. Julia, please, a couple of words. Thank you very much. I have a dream. Let us carry out similar events annually, but let us arrange event in 2040 and celebrate the full decarbonization of Ukraine in 2040. And gender equality, the equality of men and women, and liked the statement that they should not compete, but they have to become the partners. Thank you, Marina. I would like to thank very much everybody. This morning I was saying that I was inspired by the participants of the panel discussions, because only being role models we can change the world. We can change the world using our partnerships, and as we cannot afford wasting the resource and not using the resource we have. As let us motivate each other, let us help each other. And I would like to wish all of us, for our jury of the competition, would have difficulties to award the best among the very good candidates. We have lots of women leaders in this country who have achieved a lot, and we are going to celebrate their victories together. Thank you very much. We did not expect to be called to the stage, but first of all, I would like to emphasize the following. We would like to thank everyone who made this event possible. We plan to carry it out in May, and we planned it to carry out in a different manner. But I am happy that we made it, and on behalf of the Henrik Bell Foundation to support the annual conference Energy Sector Without Gender. And I hope that even prior to 2040, we will decide, we will understand what gender without what energy sector without gender is, so that women will achieve equal rights in all these sectors of Ukraine. I would like to thank Valentina, Snezhana. You've done a great job to prepare this conference, and everybody who is standing on this stage deserve a lot of thanks. And it's an honor for me to stay here with you at the same stage, and it increases my self-confidence. We have to nurture this self-confidence in ourselves. Thank you very much. And Svetlana, I've been talking too much, so thank you, ladies. First of all, I'm inspired by 2040, and I'm motivated by it with my personal motivation. And secondly, I'd like to say that these awards in 2040s will be as expensive as Bitcoins are. So collect them, win, and collect the awards. Thank you very much. We would like to thank everyone and Snezhana, who was working so hard, especially prior to the conference, on the eve of the conference. Thank you for the great job you're doing for us. We value it a lot. And we would like to wish you working with us, and so that you are promoting the idea of gender equality, and say a few words on your behalf. Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to be here with you at this podium, because each of you is an expert in your area, and this is a good example and a great motivation for the rest of the women. Our club is the NGO, and we have 200 participants plus. And those who are interested, maybe those who have heard about for us for the first time, please join us. And you just have to fill out the form on our website, and you will get the information at the Facebook page and at the site of our organization, Women's Energy Club of Ukraine. So please join us, join the club. So I hope that next year at the conference and in the competition, we are going to welcome many more members. Follow our news. We are going to announce a lot of projects, a lot of competitions. We are going to announce the call for another competition. It's still a secret, but follow our web pages. You can review this conference on the YouTube channel if you missed it, or you would like to listen some speeches, please do it through the YouTube. So thank you very much. Join our club, and to actually work to balance from the gender point of view this sector. And if we are together, we are going to achieve not only the gender balance in the sector, but also the well-balanced decision-making process. This will have a positive effect on the economy of the state and on the energy independence of this country. Thank you very much. So I would like to announce this conference completed. Thank you very much again. Goodbye.